Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Bernard, and today is Friday, December 12th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certified for all statutorily required documents, available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith-Palmieri.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning, Aileen Keys.
Also present is Ina Vass, Victim Services. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Vince George Hessler, inmate number 290650.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Fitz Hessler, inmate number 290650. He's serving a sentence of 7 years execution suspended after 2.5 years jail with 3 years probation for violation of standing protective order, unlawful restraint second, assault third, and violation of probation with the underlying offense of violation of protective order. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of December 13th, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender is currently completing his GED. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here. I'm deeply sorry to my family, my mom, my wife, my children for the financial, the physical, and the mental stresses that I caused them. I made poor choices in my life, which led up to my incarceration. I understand that now. I had time to go to programming, which has shown me and dealt with mental health with Ms. Colombo, which is one of my counselors, the mental health. I like to acknowledge that in those classes, I've dealt with my anger. I dealt with triggers, emotions that are substance abuse, also issues that I never dealt with in my past. I ask that my mom and my family forgive me for those strains that I caused on them. I also like to point out another thing that I never got to do, which I'm handling now, is management. I never had case evaluation or people to, oversee that. If in the future, if I was released, I would like to start with New River Management, which is it's a program in my area where my mom has just moved to. So it's a new community, which I plan to take, responsibility and just basically volunteer to help find out more ways where I could be more constructive in my community. I wasn't aware of how my actions affected my family before. I have that time to see that now. I just like I said, I hope that they forgive me if they could find it in their heart to forgive me. I've also had time to, research and look forward to more case management if possible. I don't really want to ever repeat the offenses I've made, in the past. So I'm looking forward to finding new ways of overcoming those stresses and urges. And I'll try to thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Hessler. You did a nice job with your opening statement. We appreciate that. We're going to ask you some questions this morning. After the questioning is completed, we'll hear from the Office of Victim Services. We'll deliberate, and you'll have your decision by the end of the hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ready to begin?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Panel member Chance will begin with the questions this morning.
Hello again, Mr. Hessler.
Good morning.
So in your opening statement, you acknowledge your family members, including your wife and children, for what you put them through. But at no point or time did I hear you talk about the impact of your actions on the victim and what you have done in your community. So you also said that you have participated in mental health and programs for mental health and substance abuse. So first, can you clarify what programs you have participated in that address your substance abuse? And if you did therapy for mental health, when and how long? Not the details.
I'm sorry about that. So I'm currently involved in the domestic violence program, which addresses the.
Okay, so you are currently participating in domestic violence.
Yes,
When did
ma'am.
you begin the program?
I began that program 11/24/25. That
And when
ends
does it end?
January 6, 2026.
Okay,
I'm
that
also.
was. Mhm.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm also in the tier 2 program. I started that 11/20/25. I'm active in the AA Alcoholics Anonymous program. Addiction
When did you
services.
finish tier 2?
I wasn't clear. I was told that it would be January 2nd.
Focus is January 16th, but maybe we'll change
Yeah, but I want to hear
from
from
him.
him.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't privy to that. I mean, no one told me what day it would finish, so I went by what he told me in the classes. So
Okay. So here's where I am with you, Mr. Hessler. You have had 6 previous failed community releases. That's one,
community releases. Okay.
right, where you have been given 6 opportunities to join the community and be successful. You failed all 6 of them. You have a high drug score of 5, and you have not completed the tier 2, and I'm glad that you're in it now. And, if you read your offenses, assault, third, violation of protective order, unlawful restraint, and violation of protective order. And you're in the domestic violence, and you have not completed that yet. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have previously participated in substance abuse treatment in the community in 2022, and you are at Hartford Behavioral, I think, over a 5-year period where you are going 3 times weekly to see a counselor. I say all of that to say to you, Mr. Hessler, that I don't find you suitable for discretionary parole, because I do think that you have to complete the programs on your OAP, and they're all very positive programs. You're going to be getting your GED. You are in domestic violence, and you're in tier 2. And all those programs are very much a high priority for you based on your substance abuse score and your criminal history. So I hope you will understand when I say I do think that you need to stay there and complete your programs.
Yes, ma'am. I agree.
Okay. So thank you for, speaking with me and sharing the dates of the programs that you're in. So I want to wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Shara.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. So, Mr. Hessler, you understand the significance of violating a protective order?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Why do you think that you struggle with? I know that you mentioned some substance abuse and mental health issues, but you were on probation for violation of protective order. So clearly you have a sense. Why do you think you're struggling with that?
I would more or less of homelessness. I didn't have anywhere to go, so that led me to going back. As far as violating, I apologize to my family because there's certain things that I never addressed before. Even in going to classes before, I never got a chance to really address those issues, like my own fears, my own angers, the triggers and things like that. I never really took those serious in the past as I do now. Those are things that I know I need more help with. Mainly med management. I wasn't taking medication, so that led to more of me, violating those orders, if you will.
Okay. We did read a little bit about that, in your struggles and your wife trying to kind of help you stay focused on what's important in that respect. All right. Because we look at your criminal history, and it's very concerning that these protective orders are put in place. They're not easily, put in place by the courts. So there's obviously things happening that require some safety for the victims, and that's supposed to be what they do. And when you violate them, makes the victims fearful.
No, I understand that. I understand that now. Like I said, I never address how I presented to my family. There were things like I should have known that I'm privy to now. More or less of knowing that domestic violence isn't just physical; it's also, verbally. There's different ways that abuse happens. I probably knew about it, but I just never took them serious as I do now.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm definitely at fault for all of that. I would, if my wife or my children could see my mom, I would apologize to them because, like I said, those things I should have took care of previously in my life that I find myself doing more now. So I'm just grateful that I got the chance now to address those issues.
Okay. All right. We're happy that you're recognizing how
Yes, ma'am.
important it is to manage your mental health and
Yes.
live as a sober person.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to see if my colleague, Ms. Keys, has any questions for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually, you have never taken an addiction services program in the facility before, right? This is your first time doing a tier program?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to say, I agree with my colleague. I don't have another question. I want to say, I think you presented very well today, and I'm happy for you and excited for you. I think you're on the right track, and you're in the programs that are best for you. And you have a decent reentry plan for when you do release, which I think is next year. So I think continuing with the programs, because I think you're really hungry for it now. You seem receptive to it and ready for it. So I'm excited for you. I think next year when you get out, I think you'll be in a better place. But best of luck with your programs and everything. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Hessler, we're all done with our questions this morning. We're going to now hear from the Office of Victim Services. Ms. Vasquez?
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. We have a victim that is connected via conference call and wishes to address the board.
Thank you.
You're welcome. This is your opportunity to express to the board your wishes and concerns. At this time, please unmute your microphone by pressing *6, and you may begin.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you.
I am Christina. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go right ahead.
I'm Christina. I'm Fitzgeorge's wife. I just want to address the board and say, this time that we've had a part with the protective orders in place, have shown us what we need to work on. And, obviously it wasn't just one street, it was both of us. And, I've had to go to counseling to work on my issues so that we could prevent anything from ever happening again. We have 3 small children, together. That's been the hardest part, because the kids want him home. You know, every day they ask him on the phone, how many more days? And we can't answer that question. And it's shown us that we were selfish. We argued about stupid, small stuff that shouldn't have mattered. Because at the end of the day, now they're the ones that are suffering the most, and they've had to go to therapy. He's missed, you know, the babies, all her birthday parties. And I know he has, you know, a criminal history. But underneath all that, he is a kind, you know, person. When he was out here, he was doing fatherhood work. And he was going to the Capitol. And he was doing programs for kids that didn't have fathers. And he was trying, you know, to turn his life around. But he has struggles with, you know, the substance. And you know, I've always tried to stand by him and, okay, we'll do another program. And, you know, he was the longest he's been off the streets was when he was with me. You know, when I met him, he was living on the streets and he was heavy into substance. And at that time, I had a 4-month-old and his father had died from a heroin overdose. And at that time in my life, I was a mess. And that's when I met him. And I was like, it was someone that I probably never would have dated, but I was so distraught and we ended up clicking and he took that baby and he raised, you know, my 4-month-old like it was his son. And he still does to this day. And, you know, that's what I think about him when, you know, they talk about, you know, his violent history and stuff. But he can be a gentle, very gentle, loving person. He's an excellent father and he can be a great husband. And, you know, I want what's best for him. And I know he's going to need some work. And, you know, my hope was him to come home as soon as he can because these kids need him. And they've missed him and they ask about him every day. And it's, you know, it's hard not to answer that question, when's daddy coming home? Because we don't know.
Okay.
I understand, you know, needs to complete the programs. So because of that, now he would not get another chance at parole once the program's complete. Is that how it works?
Well, you know, we'll have to see how we deliberate and how the decision is made at the end. We really can't speak to that right now.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else?
No, that's it. I mean, my wish is just for him, you know, to be home with these kids. They're babies. They missed, you know, a year and a half. He's missed out of their life. And, you know, it made us think, and we've talked about it. We were selfish and, you know, arguing over stupid stuff. And now my kids have, you know, lifelong problems. They have to go to therapy because, you know, he was incarcerated and acting out in school. They're acting out in school. And I will never, like, and we've talked about it, we will never make those same decisions and choices that we previously made.
Well, thank you so much for coming forward and giving us some further insight into the case. We appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Heslop, we'll now deliberate and we'll give you our decision in just a few minutes.
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Chair.
Do appreciate victim providing input today. But what I have to say is Mr. Heslop is 45 years old, having had 6 previous failures and have participated in substance abuse treatment in the community and mental health treatment in the community and just did not follow through. He is now in domestic violence, which he needs. He is in the Tier 2 program, which he needs. He is in GED classes, which he needs. And I guess I don't understand because I also read that he said he's going to apply for SSI when he's released. What was concerning to me is, you know, lack of employment because he was not working. Also, as of April 23rd, he had a fighting ticket. I am just hoping that all of that is behind him, but for me, I don't find Mr. Heslop suitable today, and I am not in favor of a rehear.
All right, thank you. I agree with everything that you've summarized. I think Mr. Heslop is doing the things that he needs to do, which are going to give him and his family the best and the greatest opportunity for them to be successful together and to live as a family. Ms. Keys?
Thank you. Yeah, I think I appreciate very much the victim's statement, and I definitely feel for her and the children in particular. I think that, and I don't mean to speak, I think the best thing for those family is that he comes home ready. And I think he doesn't have much. He has about a year left, and I think with the programs and his GED, I think he'll really be ready. And I'm excited for them, but I know they'll have a little bit longer. But I am a deny for today, but I think he's on the right path.
All right, thank you. Ms. Chance, reasons for denial?
So I had nature and circumstances, criminal history, and poor performance. It's of the 6 failures, and I don't know if I want to add inadequate institutional program. That is a big part of it. So those are the 4 reasons.
Yeah, and I think we need to include inadequate programs to action.
Right. All 4 of them.
Okay. And poor performance while on community release.
Okay.
So in the matter of Fitz Heslop, 290650, I make a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense, criminal history, poor performance while on community release, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Well, Mr. Heslop, we were unable to grant you parole today. However, we all see the progress you're making and that you're on the right track. And it's good to hear that your family is united in your success and the cohesiveness of getting back together. So best of luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good luck, sir.
This concludes the hearing for Fitz Heslop, inmate number 290650. You're all set, sir. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Renard. Today is Friday, December 12th, 2025. And this is a hearing of the Connecticut Court of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning, Eileen Keys.
Also present is Victim Service Advocate Nina Vasquez. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Taikway Young, 388-280.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of a parole application for Taikway Young, inmate number 388-280. He is serving a sentence of 6 years execution, suspended after 34 months jail with 5 years probation for violation of protective order, 2 counts of threatening second, strangulation third, and failure to appear second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of November 12th, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed voices, tier 2, racing fatherhood, and domestic violence. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should grant parole. You may begin.
I deserve parole because I am beyond remorseful and take full accountability for my actions that led me here. I am in no way minimizing my actions, victim blaming, or downplaying her feelings. My poor impulse control and bad decision making are the main reason I'm locked up. I've completed every program and some. I've learned that the threats I made didn't just affect my baby mother, they affected my child and his upbringing. If I put myself in her shoes, I'd be devastated and hurt. I'd be livid if someone spoke to my grandmother, mother, or sisters the way I harassed and threatened my baby mother. While incarcerated, I've sought help for my mental health. I've been seeing a counselor bi-weekly. Prior to coming to this jail, I was seeing one every week in Cheshire. I've been on medication for 13 months and will continue to take them upon my release. When I was locked up, my son was 8 months old. He is 2 years old and 3 months. He's walking, talking, has teeth, and loves being around my mother and grandmother. He loves Bluey and hates wearing shoes. I've missed so much of his life because of my choices. I am not the same person I was 2 years ago. I've learned and am still practicing how to better have impulse control. Every action doesn't deserve a reaction, especially if it affects how my child is raised or the mental health of my baby mother. I was 100% wrong. I will never threaten or harass her again. As a man, the worst thing you could do is be a deadbeat, an absent father, and an abuser to women, and have zero control. I am not a deadbeat. I've learned to control my emotions. I will never verbally, physically, or mentally abuse a woman ever again. This is my first and last domestic. My mother has been taking my place and raising my son due to the poor choices I've made. My plans when I come home are to get a job. I have one line lined up for me already. I am going to be the best father, and I can make up for lost times and get into counseling for my mental health. Continue counseling for my mental health. Continue working on my mental health and complete my supervision. I have 8 more years of special parole and 5 years of probation. You are giving me the rope. Either I will climb out the hole I've made for myself and flourish as a protective citizen in society, or I will hang myself in a figurative sense. I am tired of being an absent father, and I'm tired of being a financial burden to my family. I am genuinely sorry. I apologize for harassing my baby mother. I apologize for threatening my baby mother. I apologize for making my baby mother feel her life was in danger. We were together after the cops were called, but that does not in any way change the facts on what I did. She doesn't deserve to feel the way I made her feel. I am sorry, Anisha. I truly am. I did my time. Please give me another chance at life. I've learned a lot from my mistakes and actually took the time to correct them due to the help provided from DOC. I feel I've earned another chance in society. I am not a threat in any way.
All right, thank you, Mr. Young, for that opening statement. We'll be asking you some questions this morning. We'll hear from the Office of Victim Services, then we'll deliberate and we'll give you our decision. So I'm going to start with the questions this morning, and it's always appreciated when somebody puts some words together about why they feel like they're suitable for parole. I was interested, you said you used the word deserve. You deserve parole. Because parole is really, it's not everybody is allowed to have parole, I guess you could say. It is an opportunity, and we often are concerned when people squander those opportunities. Maybe that's what I'm looking to say. I am deeply concerned with the fact that you were on special parole when all these offenses occurred. And you were on special parole for robbery in the first degree, which probably doesn't get much more serious than that. And while you were on special parole, you were struggling. You had a number of technical violations. You were returned a number of times. When I look at your overall performance on community supervision, you've struggled every time and have been unable to complete them. Let's talk about why you think this time would be so different. Because you would be on discretionary parole, special parole, and then while your special parole is running, you would also be on probation. That's a lot of eyes on one person.
Yes.
So
Yes, ma'am.
why should we think it will be any different?
Prior to this, when I took my time, when I was 21 years old, I caught my case. I was young. I didn't have nothing to live for. I had no child. I didn't care, and I was just living to live day by day. So now when I came home after doing 6.5 years in jail, I still had the mindset of a 21-year-old. My mind was on some, I just did 6.5 years in jail. I just want to come home. I just want to be free. I want to live. I was trying to catch up. I was playing catch up in a figurative sense because I missed so much of my life. So when I was on parole just now, I didn't have a job. I was paying bills. I was being there for my baby mom and her son. I just didn't understand how it was to deal with a person in that sense. I had 2 technical violations prior to this, and it was for 1, the first domestic, and 2, going to see my son be born. This is my first son. I didn't want to miss my child being born for anything. New Haven didn't care, Waterbury did, but I was so dead set on I gotta see my son be born. And I didn't want my baby mom to give birth by herself because she didn't make this baby by herself. And I love my son. So I was there, cut the umbilical cord. I did 10 days in jail to give me immediate release because the state said I was okay to be near her. Parole said I wasn't. My mindset was just be a dad. Every time I had a technical, it was because of an argument revolving around my child. There's no excuse. I'm not minimizing my actions, but it's because I just want to be a dad. And this is my first experience.
Okay, well, I hear your deep commitment to wanting to be not just a dad, but a dad who is available,
Yes.
a dad who's involved in his child's life.
Yes.
I can't tell you how much we want that for you. There's too many individuals we see that have no involvement with their father or their parents, their mom or their dad. And, I hear from you, seem to have an understanding of the importance of it.
Yes.
However, part of being a good parent is also role modeling the rules, whether you agree with them or not, or whether or not they kind of fit into what your life is like at the time. Rules are in place for a reason, because you're also an absconder from special parole.
Yes, ma'am. And the absconding thing was a choice I chose to make. Nobody made me do that. Nobody coerced me. Nobody put pressure on me to make. I chose to do that. Like I chose to get up and leave, and I chose to abscond from parole. And I'm that's what I did, and I'm remorseful for it because at the end of the day, I did all of this to be a dad, and I've been in jail 19 months, and I'm not a dad. Now my mom is taking my place, so I did all of this, and I still affected my baby mom mentally, financially, and I still affected my son mentally because I'm not there except through the phone and through pictures, and that's not enough. I don't want to be one of the fathers that's raising my son through a phone or raising him through my mom. Regardless, if years ago, prior to this, I didn't have nothing to live for. I didn't care about anything. Now I have a child and I want to be there. And I'm honest, I have 3 different, I have special, regular parole, probation. At the end of the day, that's literally a rope you are giving me to either do 2 things. Either I'm going to climb out this dungeon and flourish and be the best man I could be, or I'm going to fail and be in prison. And the next time, God forbid, it's not gonna be this, because I have probation, I have regular parole. You guys are going to give me everything that I'm being held over my head.
Yeah, and Mr. Young, I hear a lot from your statements about somebody who has done a lot of thinking about their own behaviors. And, that when you talk about being 21, we know that, you know, individuals, young people, age 21, 18, 19, you know, they do things, act impulsively. And when I read from your interview with the parole officer, it sounds like those impulsive behaviors were still happening at the age of 28, 27. When you say I snapped, I chose, you know, when those are all impulsive behaviors, when you're not able to think through what the consequences are going to be. So why do you think that you were unable to manage your feelings and your actions to the point where you got arrested for a violation of protective order, you threatened, there was conviction for strangulation and failure to appear, so you didn't go to court? So can you talk about what was happening during that period of time and how you see it that it won't happen in the future, what you've done?
Simply put, I chose them things. Nobody made me do those. Those are actions that I chose to do. And I'm taking accountability for my actions. There's no excuse. There's no reason. I just did it. Now, the reason why I believe it'll be different is because I'm seeking mental health treatment, and I'm seeking to better myself mentally. I have never seek mental health. I have never took medication. Since I've been on my medication these last 13 months, my mind has slowed down. I can think. So I've had multiple scenarios where I've gotten angry in jail. I have had multiple scenarios where I've gotten angry at court. I didn't lash out. I didn't get mad. I didn't snap. I've been in jail 13 months. I have no violent tickets. I have no physically touching nobody because I'm actually learning that stop, breathe, think, assess the situation, and move forward. So I've learned that as long as I continue to take care of my mental health, everything will be better, because I've never done that before. And like you just stated, for me to be a good role model, quote unquote, I have to be an available father. I have to be a working man. I have to be part of society in the proper way. If I don't, I will continue to be talking to you through this 10,
Okay.
20, 30 years out of the line. And I don't want to do that.
And we don't want that for you. You're only 30 years old. You've got,
Yes, ma'am.
you know, this is your turning point,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
This is where things can happen. Regardless of what happens today, you still have special parole, you still have probation, and you still have a child that you want to be involved with their life.
Yes,
So, you know, you have to think. Give me an example. Because you've taken some good programs. You took Voices, you took the TIER program, you completed domestic violence, you completed all those programs. And you talk about now having more self-control. Give me an example of recently how you feel like you have had some self-control where maybe in the past you would have responded differently.
In July, in May, I've actually put a petition in with the family courts to get visitations and joint custody with my child's mom. When I went there, she denied everything that I'm trying to mediate, the third party reference, suggestion, all of that thing, she denied it. Instead of me lashing out, cursing, getting verbally disrespectful, I said she has that right. I've done the things to her that made her feel the way she feels. I cannot be upset about that. I didn't cuss anybody out. I didn't get mad. A month later, she took me to court. I went to court, spoke to the people. She ended up withdrawing the case. I had the paperwork on that too. Once she withdrew the case, I handed her like an adult. I said, I appreciate her. Thank you. I didn't lash out. I didn't call her on her name. I didn't threaten her. I just said, thank you, man. And I went about my day. Again, this is because my mental health medication helping me stay grounded and actually being able to stop, think, and listen.
Good for you. That is a good example. Can you tell me, when you say I made her feel the way she does, how do you think you made her feel?
I was just a bad person. I was verbally disrespectful.
Yeah, but how do you think that makes her feel?
Like less of a person. And it makes her feel that the person that she chose to have a child with is not good in any sense. And she shouldn't have to feel like that.
Right. Do you think she feels right? that she feels frightened
Yes.
or?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that she feels frightened. I believe that she felt frightened at the time. And she should have, though, because I'm a grown man and I'm threatening her through text messages, knowing my past.
Okay. All right, Mr. Young, I do see that you want to go to the halfway house. You're hoping to get a job at Target, working in the warehouse, and you
Yes,
have some
ma'am.
goals to get your certification as a flagger, continue with your mental health needs, and you actually have identified a program to do that. So I think those are all good things. I am, as I started out with, very concerned that you were on special parole and not doing, and had so many violations coming into this new sentence. So let's see how the rest of the hearing goes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Keys?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for answering my colleagues' questions and for your opening statement. They were very helpful. I just have a couple of questions. When you had your interview with Officer Menard, you had talked about drug use, that you didn't think was a problem, some marijuana and cocaine use, but you didn't think it was a problem. Can you talk about that? Do you still think it wasn't a problem, or what are your thoughts now on that use?
Honestly, for me, I believe it was recreational, but what I believe and what the professional believes are two different things. So I believe they were recreational, but I'm also a person that's actively using. So my opinion is probably clouded, shrouded, or biased. So when I talk to somebody that in a professional setting, they say it's a problem, clearly it is. And I've completed tier 2. And if I feel like this can lead to anything further, I will go to MCCA, AIC, things, Wellmore, things of that, or I will bring it to my parole officer, probation, whatever, attention to see if I can get help, seek help in that department.
Yeah. Do you think it maybe, even if you didn't think it was an addiction, do you think maybe it impacted decision making?
Yes, I believe that because now I'm clear of drug free, and I haven't had, once again, I haven't had no interactions, no tickets, no anything. So clearly it's something that I have control, because if I'm home, if I can do that in jail in a small setting, in a contained space, why can't I do that when I'm home in a free world and things going on?
Yeah, it sounds, well, and your partner, you're in a relationship now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And your partner was seeking treatment. Do you think that could be, if you go home to that, how, it sounds like you're on a great track with your mental health and everything. You're motivated, and my concern now is just thinking about, you might go home and think you can recreationally use again, and maybe you could, I don't know, but I wouldn't want that you to introduce that to yourself, because you're doing well. And people can start out with cocaine and think that it's fine if use it recreationally, and then become addicted, and then it becomes crack. And now you have a whole other thing that you're trying to battle, and you've battled enough.
Yes, ma'am. Honestly, I don't believe that nobody can make me do anything. Anything I do is a choice I made, whether it's good or bad. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like if I can change my ways now, seek mental health, did better with that. Staying out of trouble within an environment where it's nothing but trouble, I did good on that. And I feel like it's a me thing. People, places, and things. Once I change them environments, I should be straight. I've cut off friends since I've been in jail. I don't deal with nobody anymore. I've moved away from the environment I was in, and I want to be in a better life, a path to live in, because again, my son is 2. I went to jail when he was 8 months. I've been in jail 19 months. I just want to be there. All of this, and my life is beyond me anymore. I just want to be a father and more. That's all. And I've done better.
I appreciate you saying that they're decisions you make. I think, but you did talk about the environment, and so you also want to put yourself in environments where you're only supported and where you want to be, where you are now, where you want to be, and not temptations and things that over time you might get comfortable and think, well, I can handle it, and so that's just my thought. Okay. And your employment, you did struggle with employment before. It seemed like you had several positions, but they were each like 2 months. Do you think maybe
Yes.
now that you're on medications and you're stable, do you think maybe that was a contributing factor and you'll do better
Well,
now?
Yeah, absolutely. Because prior to this, I never had a job until I was 27. So when I first had a job, I got to get up at 6 in the morning, 5 in the morning. I haven't been in school in years.
Yeah.
So for me, it was like, I'd rather a second shift job, a third shift job, instead of thinking you're a man, you're supposed to provide, get a job anywhere. I don't care if my job's at 2 in the morning, be up at 2 in the morning. It's no problem. So what I've established is if I can wake up at 6 in the morning in here, 5 in the morning in here, I could clearly do that at home where I'm free and getting paid real money instead of $1 a day. You know, so I feel like prior to this, I had a lack of understanding on things. Now, since I've been in jail now these 19 months, this is the first time I've ever thought. I think my medication has slowed my mind down to where I can actually think now. And I know that if I want to do better, if I just talk all day, but actions are more than words. And I have to want to do better. And I feel like I'm going to. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're good. And your prior programming in the community, I have that you think you went to AIC in Waterbury a long time ago, 12 years ago, and MCCA. Was that more for substance use, or was that also for mental health?
No, I got a case. I caught a case when I was younger, and they just gave me NCCA. I didn't get arrested with no drugs. I didn't get nothing. It probably was mental health, 9 times out of 10. But I didn't take it serious.
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't
All
take
right.
it serious.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Chance?
So, Mr. Young, I just want to run a few things by you. Just to follow up on what you just said. When you attended MCCA in Derby, you were age 27.
In Derby?
From what I
Yeah.
read, it says MCCA in Derby in 2022.
Yes.
That's what I read.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you don't remember, but do you know if it was for anger management? Or you just told my colleague it may have been for mental health?
No, the MCCA that I told your colleague was when I was 18. Parole stipulated me into MCCA again in 2022.
So that's the one I'm talking about now.
Yeah, that one was, I believe, for anger management.
Right, so that's what I'm trying to clarify. Now, I also heard you say that, you're gonna have discretionary parole, special parole on probation. And then you said, you people are giving me all of this. It's like a rope around your neck. But you're the one that committed these offenses while you are where you are now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Those are your choices.
Yes, ma'am.
So ultimately, I hear you saying you want to be a father. Well, that means that you need to comply with the rules of society.
Yes, ma'am.
Whether you're at a halfway house, discretionary parole, special parole, or probation. Nobody but you can do that.
Yes, ma'am.
And so if you keep wanting to be a father first, you're
Yes,
always gonna come back here. Because what you need to work on first is following the rules of where you live. Everyone else in society has to live by society rules.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
haven't done that,
Yes, ma'am.
okay? And I hear you say you completed those programs. You said you did tier 2. Do you remember when you completed it?
Yes, I completed tier 2 in September 2025.
Okay, because prior to that in May, you had a DR.
In May?
Because you were in possession of drugs.
No, in May, when I first came to jail in 2024, I was placed in a cell in the county. When I was in the cell, my cellie came in, he brought a lot of stuff with him. When they raided my cell, they found the drugs. They said, if one of y'all don't own up, y'all both are going down. I wasn't gonna tell DOC that was his because that could put me in a situation I shouldn't have to be in. That I didn't want to correct myself, that I didn't want to be in. I apologize. That was May last year when I was only in jail 10 days.
Yeah, so that was this year.
May 2025.
Yes, that's
No.
what it said.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was May 2024, 2025.
May 2024 was when I caught that ticket, not 2025. May 24th, 2024. I haven't had
We
no
have
tickets.
2025.
No, ma'am, that's
But
not
in
correct.
any case, Mr. Young, I hear you, saying that you completed all those programs. But ultimately, you completed all of them, but your ultimate goal is to be a dad. And in order to do that, you have got to learn how to comply with the rules.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So thank you for sharing with me.
Yeah, it is a typo in the disc. It was 2024. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Mr. Young, so it is 2024. You are right about that. We do have a couple of letters of support in support of your release to parole. I wanted to put that on the record. And I just want to backtrack a little bit. Our records indicate that part of the threatening was showing the victim a firearm. Were you in possession of a firearm?
No, ma'am. What it was I got into an argument with her. She called the cops and said I was threatening to shoot up her home. She then called the cops and said, while we're arguing, there's a gun on social media. I didn't refer to her. I didn't put her name. And those videos are old. Those are videos from years ago. There was nothing, it had nothing to do with her. I didn't put her name. I never said anything with her. And I have the paperwork stating that. Only thing I have is just threatening, and I did threaten her. And I did harass her, but I did not show her the weapon.
You did not show her a firearm?
No, ma'am.
Okay, because our records indicate that there's a picture of you with a firearm.
Yeah, now she took that. That was already in my phone prior, before when I went to jail before. None of this was, I never had nothing to do with that now.
Okay. All right. Well, I just wanted we needed to talk about the disciplinary report, but we have clarification on that. And I wanted to make sure that we put on record that there is letters of support submitted for your release to parole today. All right, so we are done with the questions. We're going to now hear from the Office of Victim Services.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Vasquez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, board members. I have a letter that the victim has asked me to read on her behalf, and she also would like to say something right after. Would that be okay, Madam Chair?
Certainly.
Thank you. The statement reads like this. To the honorable members of the Parole Board, my name is, I'm going to use initials, AC, and I am the victim of this case involving Tai-Kwai Young, who is currently being considered for parole. I am submitting this statement to express my strong and urgent opposition to his early release. Although he has been incarcerated, the impact of his actions on my life has not lessened. His abuse created deep and lasting emotional, psychological, and physical harm that I continue to carry with me every single day. What I experienced changed the way I live my life, how I protect my child, and how I view my own safety. The trauma has not ended simply because he has been incarcerated. Even while in prison, he has continued to try to find ways to contact or involve himself in my life. He has repeatedly looked for loopholes to reach me, including using our child to attempt indirect contact. He tried taking me to court for joint custody despite knowing he did not have the legal standing, the proper documentation, or the ability to be granted joint custody while incarcerated. These actions were not genuine attempts to parent. These were attempts to maintain control, create stress, and continue harassment from behind bars. His behavior shows a continued pattern of manipulation and disregard for boundaries. This is also not his first incarceration for being abusive towards me. During his previous incarceration, I advocated for his release even when the court strongly advised me against it. I asked for leniency and supported the idea of him going to a halfway house and completing a domestic violence program. Once he was released, he did not complete the program. His behavior did not improve. He ran away from the halfway house, and the abuse actually became worse. There were many times I was too afraid to even call the police. There is currently a 25-year protection order in place. However, based on the history, I do not believe that he will abide by it. He has already violated a protection order before. This is the very reason he is incarcerated now. His pattern clearly shows that court orders, boundaries, and legal consequences do not deter him. Because of this, I have a serious and legitimate concern for my safety and the safety of my child if he is released early. The thought of him being released brings back intense fear. I do not believe he has shown accountability, remorse, or meaningful change. His attempt to reach me from prison using the court system demonstrates that the controlling behavior has not stopped. Early release will put my life and my child's stability as well as the community at risk. For all these reasons, I respectfully and firmly ask that the board deny parole. My concerns are not based on anger or resentment. They are based on documented history, repeated violations, patterns of behavior, and the ongoing threat he poses. Thank you for taking the time to hear my voice and for considering my safety and the well-being of my child in this decision. Respectfully, AC. AC, this is your opportunity to unmute yourself. And remember,
Hello.
you're addressing the board members directly, not the inmate.
Okay. Can they hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi.
There is some noise in the background, though.
I'm sorry, it's my child. I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to add on to, I just want to add on to my letter. I did hear Mr. Young's opening, statement. I have been watching, and a lot of the things that he, said in his opening statement, he usually say, all the time, and then the behavior continues. It's a pattern. I know he's saying that, he would, wants to be a father, and he wants to be there, for our child. And I usually believe him. Like I said, I usually advocate for him. And when he was home, even after, the threats and the sending the pictures, what he said in the opening statement, he apologized. He just wants to be a dad. I forgave him, and, I did give him the opportunity to be a dad. He was not a dad. And once I realized that he tried to use our son as a way of, I just want to be a better dad, but the actions don't show that he wants to be, a better dad. Instead of being a dad, he was home, he was still being abusive. Then I found out that he was using drugs. He wasn't, coming through for our child how he was supposed to, and the abuse continued. And once he became incarcerated, like he has stated, his mom came around and, she was helping me, for a while. But even from that, he's sending messages through his mom telling her to tell me that he hates me. He's gotten his mom's ear. I would call his mom and, ask for help. And he would be in his mom's ear saying that I'm trying to use her as a babysitter, which that affects my son. And I don't think he realizes that if I can't work, then I can't take care of our child. So, that, like, his actions and even the little things that, he says and does, through the third party, has, came in between me and his mom, so she doesn't get my son anymore. I don't receive the help because of how he feels about me, the things that he says. And I just don't really believe that he understands how much his actions, affect his child. I feel like he tries to use the child, to make people, feel bad for him, let's give him another chance so he can be a dad. But he doesn't, want to be a dad. And I'm not speaking off emotion. I'm speaking off, patterns. And, I'm afraid, because even though, I wrote the letter and, I'm speaking my piece now, I know that it's kind of adding more fuel to the fire, but I feel like it's really time for me to advocate for myself, because I'm always advocating for him and giving him chance after chance after chance. And I just can't risk it anymore. Like I told the courts, I just want to be able to give my son a safe and healthy life. And I just don't think that he is ready to be released, even based off the opening statement. Everything that he has said, I've heard before, and nothing changes. And that's all I have to say. I thank you guys for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you very much for speaking. We appreciate that. Appreciate you coming forward. Okay, Mr. Young, we are going to deliberate about your case now. We'll give you our decision in just a few minutes. All right. So Mr. Young, as we talked about during the questioning, was on special parole for robbery 1 when the offense occurred. He was actually had a number of technical violations and was on absconder status as well. He is charged with domestic violence cases, violation of protective order, serious strangulation. He has taken some good programs. He has taken Voices, Tier 2, domestic violence, completed each one of those, continues to work on his mental health while he's there. I think all those are important. Each program is very important, including the fatherhood, which I didn't mention. And I hear somebody that wants to change, somebody that wants to be out in the community and live a productive, law-abiding life. He has the one disciplinary report from over a year ago, about 18 months ago, May 2024. I guess my greatest concerns are the charges themselves. The fact that he was on special parole for a violent offense, a robbery in the first degree. That he has 5 community supervisions that he's been unable to complete. There is a protective order in place until 2050. And although I do hear some change, I think that there is still some work for Mr. Young to do on himself. He does score high for risk to recidivate. So I do not find him suitable for discretionary parole today. Ms. Keys?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was leaning toward a grant until Mr. Young denied sending the photos with him and a gun. I didn't find that to be genuine. And so I am not in favor today. I think with more programming, he's done a lot, definitely, but hopefully with more time, he could participate in more voluntary programs and have more time on medication and everything, and hopefully he will come out solid ground.
Okay, even a job would provide him that start as for being structured
and vocational program.
Yes. Ms. Chance?
Madam Chair, I agree with everything that you have said.
Okay.
Nothing more to add.
All right, the other issue we need to discuss also is we need to reinstate special parole. I'm in favor of reinstating it at the end of this sentence, which is February 18th, 2027. Okay, so we'll give Mr. Young an opportunity to go back out to special parole. We could max him out on a special parole as well.
I know.
Which is 2033. So I think it is a win-win for him.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, and I have reasons are nature and circumstance, injury and impact to the victim, current offense committed on special parole. Anything else? Criminal history and nature and circumstance. All right. So in the matter of Taekwon Young, 388-280. I make a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons. Nature and circumstance of the current offense committed while on special parole, criminal history. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. We also need to make a motion to set Mr. Young's special parole reinstatement date, which we've discussed will be February 18th, 2027, which is his end of sentence date on this. We also need to set special parole conditions. I had halfway house, mental health evaluation and treatment, community-based treatment for domestic violence, and no contact with the victim, AC, without the parole officer's permission. And I say that because there is a child involved, but there is a protective order in place. So that will take precedent. Anything else?
No.
All right. So I'll make a motion to reinstate special parole on February 18th, 2027 with the following stipulations. Halfway house, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, community-based treatment for domestic violence, no contact without the parole officer's permission with the victim, AC. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Right, Mr. Young, did you understand all that? We reinstated your special parole as well, so you'll be able to discharge on that also.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we wish you the best of luck. You're all set.
This concludes the hearing for Young, inmate number 388-280. Morning, my name is Parole Officer Menard. Today is Friday, December 12th, 2025. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information and preparation of this hearing.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Joy Chance.
Fatal member Keys.
Also present is victim service advocate Nina Vasquez. Please state your name and number for the record.
Sean Holmes,
Inmate number.
336-714.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of a parole application for Sean Holmes, inmate number 336-714. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 4 years jail with 5 years probation for risk of injury to a child. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of July 11th, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed. It shows the offender has completed voices and is working in the kitchen. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the XRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
My turn to
Okay.
speak.
Yes.
I'm trying to prepare something, hope it comes out right. It says, how do you measure the changes one makes internally? On a scale with a micrometer? Is there a recipe to follow that everyone who sits here can apply and the product should always come out the same? I believe I am ready for the next phase of incarceration. My eligibility for most programs offering real value for re-entering the world upon EOS are no longer available due to the remainder of time of my sentence. I have also never had so much adversity to overcome in my life. I have been struck multiple occasions. I've been called names and bullied.
For the first time in my life, I've truly adopted I am rubber, you are glue. I have tunnel vision for the way incarceration should end. It has always been in my plans, albeit paroling to or utilizing a halfway house or the Christian program His Oaks needs for Connecticut. They take drug and alcohol a step further and give your analysis for tobacco. I recognize my need for a chance to reacclimate to the world with a prison-like atmosphere with the same rules, structure, and guidelines that I'm already used to, adding the ability to begin making subtle decisions like where to work, how to manage my time with work, groups, programs, AA or NA, church, Bible studies, also finding a fitness regime around all this time. The idea of a structured life with coaching and accountability is the healthiest and strongest chance for success. I'm not sure I can say I will never come back to these prison walls. I can rather state that every day given outside these walls will be spent trying not to come back 24 hours a day. I look forward to getting a counselor to go over the thousands of hours spent reflecting upon all the ways I have hurt people, violated trust, and spent being dross upon society. I'm only asking you to consider me a viable conduit for the next phase of rehabilitation, the beginning of reintegration to a world I barely know. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Holmes, thank you for that opening statement. We will be asking you some questions. Then we have input from the Office of Victim Services. We will deliberate after that and give you our decision. Panel member Keys will begin with questions today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your opening. I know it's difficult to write something like that and figure out what to say, but I appreciate you taking the time. I do have some questions. One, just to start, we've read some different versions of the events that led to your current sentence. This is your one chance to tell the panel what happened that day.
I had a regular schedule with my son's mother. I would work on a Saturday and I would get out about 11 o'clock. And upon that time, she would usually go to work between either 12 or 1, depending on the schedule. And then she would work until 5 or 6, like her 6-hour schedule. That particular day, she was working 12 to 6. I never used to go home and sleep with my son because the time where I was living, I only had a futon. I had like a little seat that I'd put next to the bed. It wasn't, either way, there was no proper place that I had for him to sleep. It was irresponsible regardless. I didn't want to go to sleep and fall asleep with him. That particular day we went back, it was a hot day and I had worked 56 hours. I propped up my bed, we sat there to watch a movie, and I must have fallen asleep, and when I woke up, my son was on the floor. Picked him up, I couldn't console him, we got in a quick shower, I realized it was later than I thought. When he finally calmed down, we went to pick up his mother.
Yeah.
There was no severe injury at the time that I could notice that I would have been needing like immediate hospitalization or running to a doctor. I was able to console him, so I thought I had known enough that I would just watch my son and think everything was normal. I monitored him for a few days, and a couple of days later, he, I guess, had a progression. The next day, it was the only time that he had spit up from a bottle. So I figured maybe he had a minor concussion, but I was still monitoring. I didn't know. I know now that I never should have tried to take upon myself to think I knew more about a human being's standpoint. The basic training I had for first aid wasn't enough for me to assess that situation properly, and I totally botched it and failed. Told later on that he had a skull fracture. It was told he had multiple skull fractures. They had a bunch of broken bones that did not exist. Irregardless of the way the police report is written, my son got hurt, and I did not take the responsible act of a mature parent and get him the help that he needed. And for that, I was dead wrong. And I put my son at risk, and I didn't take the proper chain, like, I did not take the proper course of action on any of the days afterwards.
So you're saying that the police report that indicates several broken ribs and skull fractures, you're saying that that is not accurate, that it was, you did a skull?
Because I did not take this to trial, the evidence that I did give to the prosecutor was for them to drop the assault first that they originally charged me for. There was a lot of discrepancies. My son never had broken ribs, never, not once. There wasn't multiple skull fractures that I was told. The medical reports that I produced to defend myself for 20, it was 32 months I took spending defending myself and trying to just get the truth out there. That there was never an assault, there was never a beating to my son. Upon the final wave of things, and I said I was willing to go to trial, I understand in a trial I couldn't beat risk of injury. My son was hurt. I was the adult that was tasked with his responsibility of keeping him safe, and neither of those things happened. He was not safe, and he wasn't properly cared for that day. And for that, I was wrong, 100% wrong, and I owned that. I never disputed the fact that it was my fault, in my care, he was injured. As far as the injuries being, saying what they were, I had other paperwork, and I'm not disputing any of this. It's just a hard thing for me. I've only argued the fact that it was never an assault against my son. I promise to God, I'm not trying to sound tough, but I would never even think.
Okay, thank you. Unless you want to say more. I don't want to interrupt you, but I don't want
to overspeak. I have a tendency to try to talk too much, and I don't want to do that. I just.
Okay, thank you. And I'm taking notes just so that I don't inaccurately document anything, so you may appreciate that. So thank you for explaining that. Do you recall, I had seen note of having a nightmare during that time you fell asleep? Was that accurate, or?
The day before, I'm the kind of guy that likes to deal with things first. Sometimes we have arguments with my son's mother and others because I don't know when to stop and walk away and give it time for us to cool off before we finish. Since I need to finish getting out what I have to say or whatnot, I don't like to hold on to things. I don't like to hold that inside. It gives me anxiety and whatnot. And the day before we came back, because she would stay over my house the night before. On a Friday night, she would come over, and that would be the night they stay over, so that way they could be at the house when I got back. It just made sense for everything. They could sleep there. Everything was already just come back and transition. But that day we got back, we were gonna go for a walk, and the roommate that I had was being evicted that I was paying the room for. He was coming out with a dresser. Everything was destroyed. He had destroyed the apartment upstairs at the room that I did everything other than he had destroyed it. I tried to confront him and she begged me to walk away. We went for a walk. We left, we came back, and it was over for the night. But the next day I had a dream that we were fighting, and I thought that we were actually fighting. I have different dreams, and that was the day I did. So I had assumed that anything that would happen.
Yeah.
I would try to play it back. I can't give an account for the things that.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to get the accurate record of, what you say now is the truth of what happened, particularly since you disagree with some of what's in the police report. So you were on probation at the time for burglary. And when I looked at your record, you have an extensive criminal history for burglarizing businesses with a firearm. I was surprised at how much.
No, the firearm thing was, one time in my life, when I was a young man, wanted to act like I was a tough guy and get my street cred.
Yeah.
I did some stupid things with a firearm in 2005. I've never possessed, I've never ever, and since that day, ever touched or played with a firearm since 2005 when my initial robberies were done. There's never, ever been a problem with weapons following that. I did do burglaries in 2017, but there was no weapons involved. Those were nighttime. There was no people in there. It was late at night when the businesses were all closed. These are two different things. There was one time with a weapon in my life.
I remember, I didn't certainly remember looking through, and there were a lot of robberies that had been attributed to you at different stores. Yeah, going in and at gunpoint.
2005,
You think that was, you're saying that was just the one?
just 2005. There's 3 charges. I had 2 counts of robbery, 2nd degree, and I had larceny, and I had the criminal possession of a dangerous weapon for stuff that I did in 2005. I've never repeated that offense since. I did have a problem with substance abuse in 2017, and I did go into several businesses at night where smash and grab, smash a window, enter the premises, and leave. I mean,
Okay. You identified a potential risky situation in your interview as involving drinking and drugs, but you have not yet been able to complete an addiction services program. Have you gotten any update on when that might start?
addiction services program. I
Yeah.
will not do that while in prison. I'll EOS before I do an inmate run program here. The things that you guys have asked me, if upon release to probation, you wanted me to take an outpatient, I've asked them to do all sorts of things, but here it's an inmate run system, and that's not beneficial to a person changing for drug and rehabilitation. The amount of people that go in there, they're there for 2-3 months and are out, is the turnover at this prison is phenomenal. For Rebus even asked me to take that here, I laughed that off. I will take anything in the world. I will address anything I have to with a professional in a professional setting where there's clinical people with letters after their name that went to college for that specific field of thing. They can diagnose, they can treat, and they can give you the advice to move forward. But another inmate telling me because they got a couple months more than me sober, that's not appropriate. That's not addressing a substance abuse issue. I would not be opposed if, like I said, if I was even paroled to a treatment facility to start that would address these things. I'm not opposed to that. That is, again, it's a place for that. This is not the place to address this. This is an inmate thing. It's not. It does not address people. The amount of people here, this is not for me. It's not what you're asking. What you would want me to address, this does not do that here.
So do you think that all of the tier programs in there are run by other incarcerated individuals?
You are in a locked setting. If you have a supervisor here that sees you for a class for an hour a day, and then you're sitting with other inmates for the rest of the day, that's not, still, again, that's not a rehab facility. That's not an inpatient program. I have 2 times been to the Salvation Army ARC in Hartford, Connecticut. I asked, is that be a place I could parole to if I was given parole? I don't even have to be a halfway house. If that's what you're asking me to address, it is a place that offers the same thing as here, but there's people that went to school with letters after their name. They continue to be up and up on the newest forms of addiction services. I tried to sit, I've been a lot. I sat here and I tried to come down and talk to the lady for the intake who was in there with another inmate who had no business whatsoever. He was in there chit-chatting with her. And then he was in there the few minutes that I sat with her, the inmate didn't even leave the office while I tried to do my intake. So that's not even professional in my opinion. This isn't being handled in a professional way as far as drug and alcohol go.
Okay, so, and you had said that earlier, I think it was in your intro, that no more programs that would be helpful to you upon release will be made available to you because of your end of sentence date. Have you
Yes.
heard that from somebody, or is that your belief?
I can't go to the industries here. I can't work in industries here because I don't have 18 months left on my sentence. So the ability to make a few dollars upon release, I can't go there. There's a CDL program at Carl Robinson. There's a CDL program I can't be a part of because I don't have a year or more left upon my sentence. Everything that I have, I fought my case for 32 months. And
it's being punished now because for unsentenced inmates, you can't do these things. I asked to take tier 4 or tier 2 when I was in Cheshire, and I wasn't able to do anything while I was in unsentenced.
Okay.
I've taken my incarceration very seriously. I have not used a drink, a drug. I've done nothing since the day before. I haven't, the entire time I've been here. I haven't taken medicine, I haven't taken a pill, not a cigarette, not a drop. I work and go back to my cell. I'm very eager to get back to the world where the services are there, parenting class, all these classes that I could take out there in the world where people have gone.
Thank you. You did take voices. Can you tell us about your experience with voices?
I think that the counselor was well prepared to actually pay attention to his material, did sit down to read and tried to help walk us through that. As far as voices went, again, you have most of the inmates don't want to, they're just there to get the program done. Unless somebody like me sits down and starts talking about their past and being able to apply their life experiences, bringing up things from a divorce, bringing up things of how I mistreated my ex-wife and how I can understand how now the things from my past are the way they are. I can understand it. There is no victimless crime that you can't. Even something as simple as any crime. I didn't realize how dramatically it affected the community as a whole. Because the only thing about just me and my initial family or maybe the initial people, but I forget just how much the society around me is affected by my actions, my thoughts. I really thought everything just bothered me and my own, but it's not that way.
Yeah, so the facilitator did write a great review of your participation in the class. Said you were a leader who saw additional learning, asking additional questions after class and extending your homework. And so, I mean, they did seem to think that you were, yeah, what do you want to say?
Again, and I opened this statement up, but you guys have paper, you have a history, even we're on video, so this isn't even a very personal time. Like, I'm not in the room, you can not really get a feel for my energy right now. Like, there's a lot going on here. It's a very impersonal meeting, and therefore,
yeah,
you guys need a history in a couple of minutes to make a decision upon a person. And I've spent the better part of 3 years trying to have these same conversations with people about my past, about drug use. If you're familiar with being in here, everybody smokes that fake, whatever it is. I don't even know what's going on. People having epileptic seizures left and right. I can get any drug I want to probably at any time while I'm here. I could have drank, I could have made that stuff for myself.
Mr. Holmes, you're getting far off my colleague's questions. I'm going to bring you back. She's asking you about the Voices program. I don't think it's appropriate for you to go on this tirade, quite frankly, of what your opinion is of the facilities. Let's stick to talking about, how you're doing in the programs and how you plan to reacclimate. Sorry.
So, all right, why don't we move on to, I want to talk about some of your release plan. We did receive also support letters from 2 individuals in particular who offered to continue to support you in any way they can. And then you had mentioned that you wanted to return to His Oaks. Do you know, is that run by Mr. Rivera who wrote a letter?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
That's a Christian-run facility. It's a more private-run sober house addressing men can't get traction in the world from whatever it may be, mental health, drugs, substance abuse in general. And they do the same similar things as a rehab facility would do. They black you out for the first month, no cell phone, no contact. You submit to their drug screening, you do the programs that they have during the mornings. They ask you to find a job at some point. They try to find you a job befitting your needs and your abilities with that healthy environment. They're not just allow you just to run off to a warehouse that might have people, the majority of people are like drug addicts or whatnot. So therefore you're not surrounding yourself
Okay, yeah,
with the best chance. I have been unable to make contact with them at this current time. I don't know what's going on. None of my contacts have been able to get a hold of them. And I fearfully feel that that's quickly slipping out of the question here. And almost that's why, again, I would need more direction from the board. If there was a parole to this place, it would be parole to our treatment center first, parole to a halfway house with these conditions. I would need that from the board as well. And there isn't, I feel that that's no longer an option for me currently.
yeah, if parole were granted, I think treatment, it would be a halfway house if you needed a halfway house placement, and then community programming would usually be stipulated. But I don't want to speak for anybody else, but usually I think sober houses are not part of it, but.
Again, I am fully committed to whatever I have to. If the list is long, there's 10 months between now at least and EOS. There is much time. I'm not focused on getting back to the world. I just focus on trying to get the help.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And then one other question. You had thought that you could return to a prior employer. We did not receive a letter or anything indicating that, but have you kept in contact with them? Do you know that that is a job offer?
I know that if I were to go back to Quick Greet today, they would send me right to get the hearing, the basic hearing and breathing test. They give you a Concentra, and then upon getting that results, I just bring it back and I would be hired the same day at Quick Greet in Danielson, Connecticut. But I'm not going to be anywhere near there currently. So, I mean, there's people, if I were to go to a home, if I were to go back to an address in Danielson, Connecticut, yes, there would be a job immediately. And then I could go back to work for my iron worker job. I'm not really trying to go back to my old life. I'm not trying to really go back to the places I once touched. I'm really focused on trying something new. I don't, like as I said, I've been in for 3 years. I don't remember the world. I'm really not the same man that walked in these doors. I don't know what the next step is. I need help. I really need help. I need some direction. I know what I planned, but I don't know how to get there.
I really appreciate your motivation for self-improvement and trying to do your best to connect with providers and programs. I think that's all the questions that I have. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Chance?
Yes, I just Mr. Holmes, you said in one of your comments that you fought your case. How many months did you fight it for?
32.
32 months. I wrote it down. I just wanted to make sure. So, how old were you when that incident with the baby occurred?
I was 22. I believe I was 38 years old.
Okay, so you were 38 years old. What were you fighting the case? What did you object to or didn't agree to?
There's several things, ma'am. First and foremost, I was accused of an assault. Assault first. I'm not sure, there might be things with the age.
Okay, so that got dropped off, but you're charged with.
The injuries that he had were not the properly documented injuries. I had medical reports. It took me a very long time to get waivers.
Okay, let me stop you there, Mr. Holmes, because you disagree with the medical reports that were provided as a result of a CT scan and an MRI that was taken, and qualified doctors were the ones that made a decision. So I want to go back to the night. You were 38 years old. How old was the baby?
4 months.
4 months.
Just shy of 5.
Okay, so you get up and you hear the baby crying on the floor. You're 38 years old and you don't think to yourself, The last time you remember, the baby was in the bed with you. The next thing you know, the baby's on the floor. And you never at any time at all thought about taking that baby to the emergency room, calling for help?
No, ma'am. I did not see injuries there was no blood. There was nothing dramatically noticeable physically on this child.
Yeah. So for me, Mr. Holmes, I'm going to go by the report that was taken as a result of the CT scan and the MRI and the final report about how this baby died and why you were charged with risk.
Baby did not die, ma'am. So
I'm
there's-
sorry. I'm sorry. How you were charged with risk of injury to a minor based on the results and the impact to the baby. I'm sorry. I got it carried away with her. I apologize for that. So for me, you know, I'm looking at an injured baby, 45 months old. You, a 38-year-old person, hear this baby crying and don't do anything. It's concerning for me, Mr. Holmes. Okay, and I hear you say that you need help and you need direction, yet you spoke negatively about the programs at DOC and other inmates that were in the program instead of focusing on yourself and what you could get out of it. So I have no more questions, but I appreciate all the information you provided here today. Madam Chair, I'm set.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Holmes, we are all done with the question portion of today's hearing. We're going to hear from the Office of Victim Services, and you can listen, but please don't interrupt. Thank you. Ms. Vasquez?
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. I had the opportunity of receiving an email this morning from the victim's mom, and she has asked me to read this on her behalf. And it reads like this. I tried to call you but couldn't get through, but yes, I am in support of him, of his release. I want victim's initials, C, to get a chance to know his father, so I am in full support for the chance for that. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all that I have for this case.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we will now deliberate, Mr. Holmes, and give you our decision in just a minute or two. All right, panel member Keats.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a little difficult one. He has taken some programs. He has not taken the addiction program, which I really did want him to take. I appreciate and I'm very happy to hear his eagerness for programs. I don't like, though, the judgments of the programs in there and the rejection of them. I think, I would have liked him to just take everything he can, because there's something he could probably get from them, even if it's not the best program in the world. It's there, and I think he could benefit from them. So he is happily house approved, but I do want him to have some substance abuse programming. He does end of sentence next year anyway. I'm not in favor today of a grant. I'm happy to hear from my colleagues.
Okay, Ms. Chance?
I'm not in favor of a grant. I think he had the opportunity to participate in programs, but basically he focused today on, the time he spent fighting his case because he disagreed with medical reports, when for me those are facts. So I haven't been.
Okay. For me, I agree with my colleagues also. Mr. Holmes is a drug and alcohol score of 4. From my review of the documents, and not just today's hearing, but all the documents associated with his case, It does appear that there is an issue with specifically alcohol. And Mr. Holmes was using alcohol right up until the day he was arrested on the warrant. I do appreciate that he has plans to try and get into sober living upon his release. But without even doing anything on his own to begin to address his alcohol use, with a score such as it is and an indication of his own admission that he had been using alcohol prior to the incident, it creates a risk. So I am also a denier. We do appreciate the victim coming forward and offering support for his release. I think that will be a benefit in the end, once Mr. Holmes is back in the community, that they can try and work things out in that way. And I do see that Mr. Holmes is able to identify that drugs and alcohol is a risk for him in the community and is open to taking programs. So that is important on the record as well. So Ms. Keys, what did you have for reasons?
I had inadequate institutional program participation, which really was the addiction services program.
Okay. Ms. Chance, anything else?
They mentioned certain sex.
Oh, maybe do injury or impact? Or,
No, she was in favor of.
well, we'll see on the baby, but yeah.
Okay, so in the matter of Sean Holmes, 336-714, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Holmes, we were unable to vote you to parole today. We wish you the best of luck. It seems like you are halfway house eligible soon, community release eligible. So that'll give you an opportunity to start some of those programs you have in mind. Good luck to you.
Who's the hearing for Sean Holmes, make number 336. So
Sorry.
good morning. My name is Parole Officer Renard. Today is Friday, December 12th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents, and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning, panel member Keys.
Also present is Victim Service Advocate Nina Vasquez. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Joseph Soto, 443-143.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Joseph Soto, inmate number 443143. He is serving a sentence of 10 years execution suspended after 3 years jail with 10 years probation for sexual assault second and risk of injury to a child. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 1st, 2026. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed. It shows the offender has completed New Thoughts, Tier 2, and a short track sex offender program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I have written something, if that's okay for me to read.
That would be very good. Thank you, Mr. Soto.
I appreciate it. It's the first time I've never done this before. So
Okay.
bear with me, I've been a little nervous.
Yeah, read your statement and then we'll explain to you.
Yes,
Go
ma'am.
ahead.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to have this parole hearing. I understand that this is a privilege and not a right. So again, I greatly appreciate it. I'd like to start off by taking full responsibility for my actions. I'm extremely ashamed and stained my reputation of being a role model and a respected man. I made the decision to binge drink despite that, and I hold myself accountable. I want to genuinely apologize to the victim, Aaliyah, her mother, Catherine, and her brother, Richie, for betraying your trust and putting you guys through this. I was wrong and my actions were not what you've known me for. I prayed for many times and many years that you can heal from this, and I am truly sorry. This being my first time incarcerated, I've taken the time to truly work on myself. Alcohol has always been an issue in my life and never led to anything positive, and it took this terrible decision for me to cut it out of my life. I've been sober for over 3.5 years, and that will continue upon my release. I've joined AA fellowship to keep my mentality and my power strong in all facilities I've been in. I've been doing my incarceration. I've also been going to meetings in town once I'm released, live upon release. I'm also seeking a sponsor, and my wife does not condone alcohol. While incarcerated, I volunteered and completed for the Tier 2 program, which focused on substance abuse, how to deal with them, educated myself about its destruction, and keep my sobriety. I was extremely attentive and was active in discussions in every group meeting. I've also completed short-track sex treatment program, for which I gained knowledge that controlling triggers and the true effects it had on my victim. I was open and honest about my case and was active in discussions and completed all assignments. This program was intense and touched on how actions affected my victim. I've completed also New Thoughts program as well, which have gave me good insight on how not to reoffend and victim impacts about individual cases. I acknowledge, completely understand, and extremely remorseful about the action and how terrible my decisions were. My sobriety is extremely important to me, and with hopeful parole release, I can get into AA and find more programs to help get my life on track. My plan is to go back to work, for which I have numerous employment opportunities. Prior to beginning my incarceration, I was a supervisor at World Class Distribution, for which I can get back to work there because they hire people with criminal records. I've been in management for the past 13 years of my life. I plan on attending church on Sundays with my family and continue providing for my household. Months feel like years in prison, and I'm needed at home with my wife and kids as much as I need them. My son is a freshman now. When I came in, he was in 7th grade. And through our phone calls and all that, he gets extremely emotional, as I do too. My son's mother passed away in 2020, and I took responsibility to take him in with me. I've raised him well, very polite, honorable student to this day. Sorry. During my incarceration, I've taken these programs extremely seriously and participated in every class. I've remained disciplinary free and have been respectful to staff. I will comply with every and any stipulation put in place. I just want to be given the opportunity to prove what I'm stating, and I know I will not get in trouble on parole or henceforth. I want to get back to being a productive member of society. I also want to apologize to my wife, for which I met after this case, and for which I met after I was arrested. It's the first person I was extremely honest with about everything, and it felt good to liberate and start a relationship with someone that knew the truth about everything. For me, I appreciate my family and friends so much for being there by my side throughout this time. Lastly, Thank you again to you, the parole board, for listening to me. And please know that given the opportunity to be granted, I will not reoffend or put my loved ones and self through this ever again. Remorse and shame is something I'll live with for the rest of my life. I cannot stress enough how terrible I felt about this. Once again, I am truly sorry for everything to Aaliyah, Catherine, and Richie. I hope one day I can be forgiven. I know that I will be able to live and remain free without violating the law. I just need that one opportunity to get my life back on track. Once again, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Soto, thank you so much for that opening statement. You really were able to touch on all the important factors that we need to talk to you about today to determine your suitability. So we'll be asking you some questions. Then we have input from the Office of Victim Services. Then we will deliberate about your case and give you our decision. And just going forward, so you know, we do not refer to the victims by their names.
I'm sorry.
Generally, we use initials or just the victim. Okay.
Understood. I did not know that. I apologize.
Yep, I know you didn't know. We'll just get all the processes out there.
Understood.
All right, Ms. Chance will begin with questions this morning.
Hello, Mr. Soto. I really liked what you wrote in your opening statement because you have acknowledged the wrong that you did. You acknowledge your actions.
Absolutely.
I would just like to follow up on that piece of it and ask you a couple questions.
Sure.
How old were you when you committed this offense?
This 2022, so I was 37.
Yeah. Okay. And how old was the victim?
15.
Okay. So do you understand what consent means?
Yes, ma'am. I learned that through my programs that I've taken. So I do understand that.
What does it mean?
It means that basically on that age is somebody acknowledging and stating that they are, willing to do something, but at that age, there's no such thing as consent because she's too young.
Okay. So when you consume alcohol, do you always have those same feelings that you identified in your relapse prevention? And I'm referring to the short-term sex offender program.
No, I mean, as far as like drinking, I don't recall what was on
Yeah,
there.
so one of the things that you said
Yes, ma'am.
is that feeling nervous and anxious, okay, and then you drink and then you feel carefree because of the alcohol.
It was like that before.
That drinking alcohol, you do make poor decisions.
At the moment when I used to drink, because I stopped drinking well before my incarceration. So it was basically a month before I got arrested, I quit drinking. So I stopped drinking December 29th of 2022. That was when I stopped drinking completely. But prior to that, I didn't see that I had an issue. I would just drink and I'll be like, oh, I'm just hanging out. I go to work, I do what I have to do. That dumb mentality of thinking that you can control that. But for me, I realized that it's not for me. I didn't like the person I was when I drank. Even after numerous times that people would tell me like, man, you know what, man, you shouldn't be drinking, and I took that like, oh man, I'm just hanging out, I have a job, I work hard, I have just all the basic excuses that I had. But honest truth, alcohol is not something that I want to deal with ever again. And now that I'm married with my wife as well, she does not condone alcohol at all. And I don't want to cause any friction or any scenario as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, but Mr. Soto, if you have do you think that during all those periods when you were drinking, that you yourself had a problem with alcohol?
Yes, looking back at it, yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So here's the thing, you're always going to have that problem. You just have to know or learn how to control that.
Absolutely.
So you can't say you're not going to drink anymore because at the stage that you were,
yeah. I understand.
it was a serious problem.
Yes.
So I want to ask you another question. Why did you go on social media at the time?
Why did I go on social media? When I had social media, well, just to check on friends, put music, stuff like that. Take pictures.
So part of the issues that you have is that you said, or you identify external risk factors for you as going on social media and Snapchat and Instagram. And you said stressful situations at bars, which with large crowd, increases your anxiety. So how do you avoid those when you go back in the community?
Honest truth, I've outgrown all that kind of stuff. Like I'm more of a go to work, come home, spend time with my kids kind of person. So I'm not about that, about going out to bars and drinking and stuff. Like I stopped doing that many years ago. So, I mean, I think the last time I went to a bar, I was maybe 29, 30. So it's been a long time. And that's not entertainment for me. You know what I mean?
Well, I appreciate you saying now it's not a problem.
Mhm.
But you have not said what happens if those thoughts or feelings come back to you, or, you run into a friend, or on your way home from work and you go by a bar and you run into people that you know.
Mhm.
And because you've identified those as problems for you, what plans do you have in place to avoid them?
Well, that one of the main things that I said on my writing was that I'm planning to have a sponsor. So if I have those kind of triggers or whatever, I will call my sponsor and say, hey, I'm feeling this way. Because throughout my AA fellowships that I've been in every facility, I've spoken to them and they kind of gave me the gist of how that works. So, if I have an issue at any given time, I can call my sponsor and my sponsor is going to respond and say, hey, let's go here. Let's talk about this, so I'm good with communication. So I feel like I would reach out to my sponsor and just focus my sobriety on that. I mean, I don't need to fall into peer pressure or what anybody else is doing, especially throughout this ordeal. I'm not risking anything to come back here.
Yeah. And you've never thought of a sponsor before?
Well, not before, because I started really doing AA towards like maybe a month before I came in, and then I started doing it through here. So, once I was incarcerated, I started getting a little bit more knowledge of how it works. So, in the beginning, I was like, oh, I'm probably not going to need one. But then once I kept going to programs and speaking to all different people that have been through worse or less than me, I said, you know what, I am going to need a sponsor because just in case, as you said, if I have any of those triggers, I want to have an outlet, and that's going to be my outlet.
So at the facility there, you attend AA meetings.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you briefly mentioned in your opening comments what you learned in New Thoughts. And you said New Thoughts, you learned about how not to reoffend.
Yes.
So can you give an example of something specific in New Thoughts that made you know that you don't need to reoffend?
Well, and that situation is like sometimes in New Thoughts is similar to what the word says. It's thoughts that you have, impulsive thoughts before you make them happen. So for me, that was one of those things that's like, think about it, now think about the outcome. All right, it can lead to this, that. It's a whole roller coaster effect for me. So, for example, if, something as basic as, let's say, stealing, which I'm not as far as that's concerned. If I see something and I'm like, that looks nice, I should take it. No, maybe I shouldn't because it could lead to jail. I can save my reputation even furthermore in cases like that. So, and as far as that, like, that's what I learned more so about New Thoughts is like, really just sit back and think about the consequences.
Okay. So, it's really about when you get those impulsive thoughts, you know you have to give it a few minutes and rethink it.
Mhm.
And then, you know, take the appropriate action.
Absolutely.
Take those thoughts somewhere else.
Mhm. Think about something more positive than something negative.
Okay. So I know you've had support and you want to obtain a sponsor.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you looked into who or when or how you would do that? Have you done that while you've been there?
Well, I've actually reached out to my wife to kind of look it up online and stuff like that to see where I can go. And there's a couple of churches around my area where I live that I can go in there and go start getting into the programs, which like I told my wife, and I'm telling you guys, you know, honest, truthfully, once I do get released, that's where I plan on going. It's going to be one of the first places I go to. Is, hey, you know, I need a sponsor, one of you guys' days for programs, and I'm going to go from there. I have to keep my mind busy. I have to keep myself positive, and that and a job. I want to get back to work. Like, you know, we have a job app on our tablets that I look at every day with the hope, you know, that I can get out there and work.
Okay. You know, I really don't have any other questions to you because you really did a pretty good job in your opening comments
Thank you,
to
ma'am.
address specifically what you're taking responsibility for
Yes, ma'am.
and apologizing. And the concern for me was whether you understand what consent meant. And
Yes.
you were able to do that, so I appreciate that. So thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. So, Mr. Soto, I just want to follow up. During your interview with the parole officer, you know, they always the parole officers ask, do you foresee a high-risk situation in the community when you return? And I have that you did not have a high risk identified. Can you think about that for me? Would alcohol be a high risk for you if you were to relapse? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That would, well, I feel like, you know, it's always a possibility, but it's your choice to pick up a bottle, pick up a beer, pick up something. So, you know, I'm not a person that's a follower. So like, it could be 100 people doing whatever, and I'm not going to do that if I feel like I shouldn't do that. Especially in this situation again. Like, I don't want to be put in this situation again. And I know that just one thing can escalate and it can snowball. And I do not want it to get there.
Okay.
My family means so much to me.
We do not want to see you back here, and we want to see you do well on supervision. You have 10 years of probation to follow your sentence. You know, probation can be a great resource.
Oh,
if you
I've been reading about it.
Right?
I've been reading about it, yes, ma'am.
You know, so I do think that it's important to identify what are risky situations for you in the community. Alcohol is, I think, an obvious one, but I do think that there could be other things. You have 10 years to be on the sex offender registry. For some people, you know, that is also can create some difficulties, some adjustment just in life in general.
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
And you have a protective order until 2099.
That's fine.
Yep.
That's not an issue for me at all.
Okay.
Not an issue for me at all.
All right. All right. That's all I have. Ms. Keys?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you are attributing a lot of this to alcohol use, and it sounds like you've done some self-insight and everything. This was a kind of an ongoing, I mean, there were several kind of, you know, I want to say grooming, you know, instances of, you know, text and car rides. And I mean, it was like a slow and, you know, strategic. Were you drinking all day? Were you?
I would come home from work, or if I had a day off, and I'll have about a pint and a half, you know, and I thought, like I said, I was a functioning, you know, how I acknowledge it now to be a functioning alcoholic, you know, but at the time of, you know, I didn't think it was but I did escalate to that. So I'm not disputing. I understand.
Thank you. And you also were smoking marijuana a few times every day. Do you think that contributed to anything?
I don't think it did. I mean, obviously it does trigger your mind a bit, but I feel like the combination of both was definitely but like I said, if alcohol is going to be something that's be out of my mind. If the marijuana is an issue, I could always, I've been doing this whole time drug free at the same time too. So, I mean, I'm willing to do anything, jump through hoops to be able to get back to society. Honest truth.
Yeah. And you were with the victim's mom for about 5
Yes.
years, so you watched this little girl grow up from really little to this. I mean, have you considered how, she already was struggling with school and with things and was getting grounded, so she was more vulnerable maybe at the time because she was struggling and her mom was trying her best to help her and get her on track when this was occurring. Have you considered how it might be impacting her to have this father figure like driving her for sexual favor?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, because that's part of the stuff that I wrote down. I am remorseful for it because I should have been a better person, a better role model towards her. And the way I feel is just like, man, like my mind was just gone. You know what I mean? Because prior to that, there's never been no situations of that action. As far as that's concerned, I've always tried to, oh, hey, you want to play basketball? Go on the basketball team. Hey, I bought a hoop. I tried to be that, but at that point in time, man, alcohol just took advantage of me. And I'm not trying to say it as an excuse because I took the step to do the drinking, to do all that kind of stuff. So I am apologetic about it. I feel terrible. I am remorseful. This a lot of the time that I've been in here was not just, oh, poor me. It was like, man, like, I really disappointed that situation. And I disappointed the victim. I disappointed the parents, the mom, so it's not something that I'm just sitting back like, oh, okay. No, it's something that's in me every single day that I wish I can take back.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was thinking about it's such a, she's vulnerable and, trying to at a pivotal point in her life that, that was not what she needed at that time. But sounds like you seem to recognize that.
I do, man. I do agree with you. I should have been better. And I wish I can go back and change that. But it did happen, and I'm paying the price for it right now. And right now there's nothing else I can do but apologize and hopeful that one day she can really heal from this, and the mom as well and the brother as well. That's why I apologize to the brother as well too. Because I had a responsibility when I let them down.
Appreciate you saying that. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Soto, we will now hear from the Office of Victim Services. You can listen. Please do not interrupt. All right, Ms. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Unfortunately, we do not have victim input for this case, but I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Soto. So we do not have victim input as we originally were expecting. All right, we'll deliberate now. Ms. Chance?
So I thought Mr. Soto's opening comments really covered a lot of where he's at today. He was able to share, what he learned in Tier 2 in terms of his alcoholism, new thoughts, and the short-term sex offender program. And he was able to answer the questions that I asked appropriately, what consent meant. He was able to tell me that she could not because of her age. I appreciated all of that and his honesty. I do find Mr. Soto suitable for discretionary parole today because I do hear some change in him, and he, did acknowledge he was able to identify, what his internal and external risk factors are for him, the risky situations, including his drinking. He does have support in the community, and his risk to recidivate is low. So I would be in favor of discretionary parole for Mr. Soto today.
Thank you. I agree with everything you've already put on the record. I will also note that Mr. Soto scores low in all the risk assessments for recidivism. I agree with you that he was really able to identify his risk factors, which is important. He'll continue with treatment in the community. I also appreciate that he has a plan to address his substance abuse on a voluntary basis in the community, and that support can go on for a lifetime. So I think that he recognizes the importance of living a sober lifestyle and the consequences of not when you make those poor decisions. Ms. Keys?
I agree.
Okay, yeah, I think we all see a vendor change. Conditions, Ms. Chance?
Okay, there's a few. So, sponsor to his wife, I have no contact with victim A, no consumption of alcohol, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors, enhanced internet and device monitor. Because he was on, Snapchat and
Yes, I understand.
social media and Instagram and those.
Okay. Enhanced internet device monitoring, right?
So I had 6, I don't know, well,
That's, I
his
had,
sponsor expired.
okay. Anything else?
She's living in the wife is living in a home, but with children, should we have anything with it? I know he owns the home. Should we have a halfway house just in case the PO is not comfortable yet, or because of the minors?
We can add a halfway house, but just
in
point.
case.
We'll add a halfway house if needed.
If needed, yeah. Hopefully it's not, but just in case there.
Right. There's some issues.
Yeah.
All right. So in the matter of Joseph Soto, 443143, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after January 1st, 2026, with the following conditions: no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement if needed, community-based treatment for problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors without the parole officer's permission, and enhanced internet device monitoring. Also, no contact with the victim, AM. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, Mr. Soto, congratulations. You were granted parole. Good,
Thank
best
you.
of luck to you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Joseph Soto, committee number 443143.
Thank you.
You can go back.
That was good.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sir Ponte, we're just gonna take a few minutes. We'll be right back, okay?
All right, thank you.
5 minutes.
All right.
And sit down closer.
I appreciate that.
Rodriguez? You got 2 minutes.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Renard. Today is Friday, December 12th, 2025. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify their review of all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, George Chance.
Morning, panel member Keys.
Good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Kevin Aponte, 396-657.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Kevin Aponte, inmate number 396-657. He is serving a sentence of 7 years execution suspended after 30 months jail with 3 years probation for larceny second, illegal operation of a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol/drugs, possession with intent to sell, illegal operation of a motor vehicle with an ignition device. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 14th, 2025. There's no victims in this case, no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender, and the offender has not completed any programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I couldn't hear the last part you said, and I apologize.
Tell us why you think you're suitable for parole today.
I believe I'm suitable for parole because I'm not the same individual. I walked into jail. I understand the crimes I've committed. How's it affected me, my loved ones, the community. And I believe that I've changed for the most part. Every day is a constant battle, but at the same time, I have the will and I have the ability to continue to learn, to understand where I've made my wrongs and how can I right my wrongs so I won't commit them again.
Okay, Mr. Aponte, thank you for that. So we're going to ask you some questions and then we'll make a decision about parole at the end of the questions. So you're here today because the last board in May 2025 wanted you to go back and do some more programs, and have good conduct. So a couple of things have happened. One, you haven't done any programs since the last hearing, and you have a new disciplinary report. So tell me why things are different this time.
My age, the time I've spent in the cell, my actions, I feel like I've been learning to control my thoughts so I won't speak out of line, so I won't act out of line. It all starts with a thought process. I've missed a lot of stuff since I've been incarcerated these last 6 months, 7 months, since my last parole hearing, and I have a whole different set of, support that's gonna help me reintegrate back into the community so I won't reoffend, so I could get the help that I need, so I won't,
continue to use drugs and alcohol to try to find it as an outlet instead of facing everything that life has to throw at me.
Okay, but Mr. Aponte, why haven't you taken an addiction services program?
I just seen them again yesterday for another interview. They told me that I don't need nothing. I don't need an addiction because my score was a 3. And she told me that I'm not qualified for tier 4 or tier 2.
Well, that's not our understanding. I mean, I have you as a drug and alcohol score of 4, and typically anybody over a 2 is at least qualifies for tier 2. So I'm not really sure where the miscommunication is. And then when you talk about, you know, you've changed how you're thinking, this disciplinary report that you had just this past July, which was shortly after your last hearing, it involves you not wanting to follow the rules.
I was told I was able to do something which the message wasn't passed on. So they were trying to give me a disciplinary hearing for something completely different. I did become combative, and I did express myself in a manner that I shouldn't have, and I should have really tried to take different steps and not disrespect anybody. But unfortunately, I couldn't control myself at the moment. I seen the addiction service unit yesterday, and she told me she lowered my level to level 3. And that she doesn't see that I need, and she said that she said that it didn't deem necessary for me to do tier 4, that she could try to put me in the tier 2 programming. Also, when I was here last May, with this May that just passed, the board said it was gonna help me get into programming, and they never helped me as well with that either.
Well, so a couple of things. So my colleague tells me that you are right. Your score was just reduced to a 3. So you're right about that. We would have expected you to at least do a tier 2 program, but what happens is when you have a disciplinary report, it kind of puts you back down the list for getting into programs. And I'm glad you said it because I didn't want to have to say it, but the disciplinary report is you not being able to control yourself. Yeah, so yes. I'm going to, getting a disciplinary report is not great, of course, you know that, but I am encouraged that you can at least recognize the behavior. I think that's a step in the right direction. You have a release plan to live with your mom in Meriden?
Yes.
All right, and I'm glad to see you have identified a couple of options for employment. So because you haven't taken any programs, you said you put together a relapse prevention plan. Yes, I have. Tell me about that.
I was gonna go to the Wheeler Clinic in the Meriden. I believe it's on, it's not Reservoir Road. It's on.
It's okay. I don't need the address, but
Wheeler I apologize Clinic. for not knowing that, but I was planning on taking the Wheeler Clinic program several times a month. And if I do get parole, even if I don't get parole, I got to do what's best for me, regardless as to whether I get the parole or I don't get granted parole. I got problems that I need to fix within myself, no matter what. And whether I take a program or not, it's going to be on me if I want to change. So you understand? So it's not any curriculum or any facilitator that can make me change. I'm going to have to want to change on my own.
Okay, I think those are all very true statements. Again, I'm encouraged to hear some insight on your part, so that is good. All right, Mr. Aponte, I do not have any additional questions. Ms. Keys?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we go back to the DRs? You have had several this year, and it looks as though you were still using. Are you using in the facility? You are, right? Or you were?
No, I didn't. I got caught with a contraband of a pipe. Once again, I had to take responsibility for my actions. So it was when I was using last year. So I guess I still had the pipe on my property when they approached me about it, and I could have denied it, put it on my celly. I sat there, took full responsibility for it, because in order to grow, you gotta take accountability for your actions, identify the problems, and know where you messed up at in order to move forward. So I did that, and yeah, now I'm making sure that since I've been clean as well, I've been making sure that I've been on the right path for the most part with the drug use and stuff like that. I was going through something mentally because of health. I've been right into mental health. I've been working with them as well, so I could get the type of help that I need, so I could use the type of methods that they've been teaching me, so I won't lash out, so I could take the steps before I speak, act, and move vigorously.
So you've been working with mental health and doing some
Yes, I
programs with
have.
them?
Yes.
So the contraband, so there was a Pruno one that was last year, August last year, and then January this year, it was an altered hot pot. And then March this year, it was a makeshift smoking pipe. Was the altered hot pot for drug use as well?
No, that was for cooking use.
Cooking,
Yeah,
okay.
so I fell asleep and I left the hot pot on. It was a code red. Once again, it could have been me and my son. I sat there, took full responsibility once again for a mistake that I made. But I'm working on myself for the most part. I don't have no more altered hot pots. Everything. I'm working. I'm trying to do the best I can.
Okay, I appreciate that, taking responsibility and knowing that that's an important part of just life and being a mature adult, you know, because we all try and do that, but we're not all good at it, but, okay. All right, I think, wait, even six. So, oh yeah, you had told Officer Menard, that you've been getting sick since not taking your medication and that you haven't taken your meds since your last ticket in July. Is that correct?
Yes, because like I said, I didn't know how to control myself. So since I've been working on myself to control myself, I've been taking my medication. I just took it again, I believe this last Tuesday. So it's 6 weeks. I got to take it every 6 weeks because of my whatever I got going on. So I'm in the process of keeping things pushing forward in a positive manner. So I've been taking my medication. I've been doing that, not been holding my tongue back, been really training myself not to think out of line, so I won't speak out of line, and so I won't act out of line. So.
And so you know the importance of taking your medicine and keeping it. Why did you stop taking it?
Because that's why I went to segregation the last time. It was a whole mishap, and the individual that had sent me to segregation because of us having a confrontational issue, I wasn't trying to be in the area with her. I wasn't trying to go back and forth with her. So what I knew how to do at that moment was to remove myself from the situation, even though I was getting sick and stuff like that. But that's what I knew at that time not to. So since I've been working on myself since I went to seg, I've been taking my medication again gradually, and everything's been getting better with my health.
Thank you. And I'm sorry if I'm asking you to repeat anything. I wanted to just be clear on it. So, but I appreciate you taking the time to answer the questions. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Ms. Chitz?
Yeah, so I'm just gonna ask for a little clarification over there. Your mental health score is a 1, but your medication is a 4, which tells me that you're on medication.
Yes.
I'm not sure it refers to mental health. However, I want to ask you about something else.
Okay.
So, do you have a driver's license?
No, it's currently suspended, and when and if I do reintegrate back into the community, my mother's gonna help me. I have friends that I've known for the past 10 years gonna help me do this. So I get the interlock device, pay the fines off so I can do stuff in the right manner.
Let me stop you right there. Are you required to have the interlock device?
Yes, I am. If I'm not mistaken.
When were you supposed to have it and for how long?
I don't know any of that information because I'm currently locked up, but I believe it's supposed to be for a year since I've been keeping up with the laws of the DUI curriculums. I believe I'm supposed to have it for a year inside my vehicle.
Well, I don't know about a year.
Yes.
But that is a concern for me. because you were driving without it before when you were required to have it.
Okay,
So that is a big concern for me. And all my other questions have been already answered, so I have no further questions.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Aponte, we're all done with the questions for today. We'll deliberate and give you our decision in just a moment.
okay,
So,
thank you.
you know, I appreciate that Mr. Aponte is having some insights into his emotions and trying to work on controlling them and accepting that he needs to take medications again, I think is an important piece of it. However, the prior panel had given him some direction about what he needed to do to be suitable in the community, and he hasn't been able to do that. One very important one was programming, specifically addiction services, and to not have any disciplinary reports because the ones that he had going into that last hearing were significant. As been pointed out, a couple of contraband tickets and fighting ticket. So, you know, for today's purposes, I do not find Mr. Aponte suitable. He needs an addiction services program, I think, to really give him that boost he needs to be successful. He seems to be addressing some of his other mental health needs. But for me, without the programming, I just don't find him suitable.
I absolutely agree with that.
I agree, and even with the lowered score, people that are scored 3 do get in those programs, so I'm not sure what happened there, but I agree, I would feel more comfortable if we had the program, and I did not pick today.
Okay. And I had poor institutional adjustment and inadequate institutional program participation.
Yeah.
Is that fine?
Yeah.
All right. So in the matter of Kevin Aponte, 396657, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: poor institutional adjustment and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Right, Mr. Aponte, we couldn't grant you parole today. We're hopeful that between now and the end of your sentence, you can do an addiction services program, you know, and have good conduct, so that might be able to happen.
All right,
Good luck. Good luck to you.
thank you. You have a good day.
Thank you.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Renard. Today is Friday, December 12th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, by stating their names on the record, certify they've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning. Good morning. Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Morning, panel member Keys.
How you guys doing? How's it going?
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Edward Dorch. My MA number is 280263.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Edward Dorsch, inmate number 280263. He's serving a sentence of 3 years jail with 7 years of special parole to follow for criminal possession of a firearm, failure to appear first, and 2 counts of violation of protective order. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 27th, 2025. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender, and it has been reviewed. It shows the offender is currently working in the kitchen and has completed voices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, I take time out to think about the things that I do now. I know that the things that I do that I'm not supposed to do affect other people's, even if I don't know it's affecting them, if they're worried. I affect other people's lives, not only mine, when I do things I'm not supposed to do. I did the Voices program. I learned that there's no such thing as a victimless crime. It's just hard to explain that all the things that I've done that I know that I did that were wrong. I can't get past them now. I'm here. I mean, I got a son. I'm trying to tell him to do better. But in order for me to tell him to do better, he got to see me do better. So I'm learning a lot of compassion, patience, and not to worry about what everybody else is doing. If I don't worry about what everybody else is doing, then I don't got to worry about consequences that follow their actions. I know that certain communities aren't good for me. Certain people aren't good for me. Hanging out in certain neighborhoods and, even socializing with past friends it's just things that aren't good. Nothing good comes out of those outcomes. So now I'm planning to do better. Once I got granted halfway house. So once I got granted halfway house, I called my old job. He told me, the secretary told me, just come in, fill out an application. Don't see no reason why I can't get back there. But I really want parole because, I contacted a lady named Kate Cunning and Nancy Jordan. They're in control of a program called Project Longevity. And they told me that if I'm on paperwork, I fit the criteria to go to their program. That's why instead of using an address, I wanted to parole to a halfway house so I could get, the proper support system, the structure of knowing that this will happen if this doesn't happen. If you ain't flying straight, you're going back. I need help in other fields. I want to be able to go home knowing that I got my things together. Not going home trying to catch up to what people are doing, worried about where I'm gonna stay, where I'm gonna live, how I'm gonna get this, how I'm gonna get that. I know that with these programs that parole will offer me, I will be able to find a job. I will be able to support myself. I will be able to do things other than being a bum. I don't want to be a bum. I want to be somebody that people can count on. I want to be able to count on myself.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Dortch. We want you to be successful in the community also. And I am happy to hear that you recognize some programs that can help you in the community, and the fact that probation and parole can be good resources for you, that they can provide the assistance that you need in many different ways. So we're going to ask you some questions this morning, and then we'll deliberate when we're done and give you our decision. Okay. Panel member Keys will begin with questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your introduction. I am taking notes just so that I don't miss anything important that you say, but so your opening was very helpful. I appreciate that. I do just want to go to the criminal possession of a firearm charge. This is your opportunity to tell the panel what happened.
I shouldn't even had the gun, period. I shouldn't have had the gun. I shouldn't have been in that situation. I had it and I went to the store, I turned around, somebody was opening fire on me, you know what I mean? So I returned fire, I ran, I hid, and they issued a warrant out for my arrest. Everything's on camera, everything, I ain't no way around it. I got jammed in, I shouldn't have had the gun. They told me that basically the state of Connecticut had self-defense, and because I had my back turned and the dudes were shooting at me, I shot back, and I tried to kill anybody, try to go extra and, chase anybody down or whatever, that they were just going to charge me with the simple possession of a firearm.
Okay. I'm glad to hear, I wanted to hear you acknowledge it because it seemed like prior you weren't acknowledging, your involvement in it. And so I'm happy to hear the response that you just gave me. Thank you for that.
No problem.
And there was a victim that was shot in the crossfire, it sounds like, but the record did show that you were shot at first. And do you know who the other two people were? Did you have?
I was crossing the street, I was talking to, this is why I say that I don't want to deal with people no more, because when you deal with people, you have to worry about, you worry about other things that you shouldn't have to worry about. I was talking to one guy and he had previous issue with people. I walk off because I see the crowd coming, and when I turn around, people were they were shooting. I returned fire and I hit him. Like the guy that got shot actually know me. And he was like, he basically told the police he's not cooperating, he didn't do it. You know what I'm saying? He knew who shot him. He knew I was just basically trying to help myself, like, and I shouldn't have did it. Because,
The victim did. So that makes sense as to why, you know, the victim really did not seem to want to cooperate, but, okay, thank you. And then your 2 convictions for violation of a protective order were for, you know, for the same person. We don't want to name names of victims, so if you shouldn't need to use initials, but if we do reference victims, we use initials. Was this a family member?
Yeah,
Right?
LM is my niece, and my grandmom's died, and when I came home, money was supposed to come to me that wasn't coming to me. I didn't know anything about the money. My sister had everybody living in my grandmother's house. My niece, I bumped into her car one night, whatever, she went crazy, lost her mind. It was her first car, I understood. The police told her, yo, we can't bring him to jail for bumping into your car. You know, if that's a civil matter, you got to figure it out like that. And it just went crazy after that. Oh, he's a jailbird. He's always in jail. We going back and forth. I end up going to jail for family domestic violence. I'm like, but I didn't hit her. They like yelling and screaming is enough. So I'm like, all right, cool. Then I went to court and they told me because it's a 3-family house and I was living on the 3rd floor and she was living on the 2nd floor that I could stay again. They like, you can stay, you just can't yell, argue, fight. You got to go where you live at on the 3rd floor because your name, at that point in time, my name was on the lease. Everybody was getting money. Like, you know, my sister had it all set up. Like, so they was like, yo, just stay away from this situation and you should be okay. I thought it was going to be okay. I should have knew better. Should have found somebody else to stay with, to move with, or whatever. I didn't. We go back and forth again. And she calls the police. And she was the aggressor at the time of the second incident. But the police went off of my history and everything about me and said, well, yo, look, man, you got to go to jail because you're not supposed to be here. But I'm like, but they told me that I have it was a protective order, but it was I forget how they claimed it was.
Partial protective order?
Partial restraint. They said a partial restraining order. That's what it was, a partial restraining order. And I was like, well, the way they explained it to me was that I'm not just supposed to be the only one that's not yelling and screaming. If you get here and she's yelling and screaming, why am I going to jail? And they was like, Mr. Dorks, man, we're not doing this with you. You're going to jail, pay your bond, and figure it out. And I was like, okay, cool. And then after that, my sister gave me part of the money that I was supposed to get from my grandmother passing away. And I got my own apartment. I started working. Everything was doing good for a minute. And then I did this dumb stuff and got with the gun and went to jail.
All right, thank you. Why did the protective order, why was the protective order taken out in the first place? What was the initial thing?
The initial, because we were arguing and we were fighting over the money. Me and my sister was arguing and fighting. And we're not fighting, physically fighting, but we was going back and forth. Now, I understand my sister. I've been in jail most of my life. So her first thing is, I'm not dealing with this stuff. I'm going to let the police deal with it because I don't want nothing to do with it. So my sister ends up leaving and my niece is now like becomes the victim. Like, you get like, I don't understand it. Like, now my niece is the reason why, and not my sister. My niece ended up being the person that has the restraining order. My sister left it alone. Like, she's like, yo, I'm not dealing with this. If you want to keep going, we'll let the police deal with it. I thought she was just playing around. I knew she was serious, but I didn't think she was going to call the cops. Yeah. She leaves, she calls the cops to leave, and now the only person here to complain is my niece. So at first it was just, keep separate, stay away, it's nothing. And then it turned into more after time.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
See, I just wanted to, so during your interview with the officer, you had you had discussed having like a limited work history and that you kind of, lived with your parents, sold drugs and everything. But that you have, yeah, go ahead.
This is my, I apologize for cutting you
Go
off.
ahead, that's okay.
This was my first job. I enjoyed it. I didn't know I was gonna like working. Like my whole life, I always make an excuse. Oh, I got a record. I'm not gonna be able to get a job. I got a felony. Oh, this, that, and the third. One of my cousins got me a job at Milford Barrel. So I actually liked it. I learned how to do the fork operating. I liked the work there. It was straight. I got my own money. I ain't have to worry about nothing. It was straight. I set up a banking account, my cash app, direct deposit. It was all right. I enjoyed it. It was nice for me. It was a nice minute.
Okay. All right. And then you said you had an LLC to open a hot dog stand. Did you have a hot dog stand or?
I got a hot dog stand right now.
Okay. Okay. And it's, and is anyone operating that, or that's just kind of waiting for you?
It's just waiting for me. My father lives at Southern Connecticut. So the hot dog stand is just waiting. My father's waiting for me to get a couple of dollars, pay the taxes, get it up to code. Yeah.
Okay.
But even if I can't get that one up to code, I could go rent one from Sweeney. They got the guy named Sweeney in New Haven. He's out in front of the courthouse. You could go actually rent a hot dog stand from him. And then at the end of the week, you pay him like $300, $350. You'll have to pay him utilizing his stuff. But I could work under his license and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably best to have your own if you can, but get that up and running than paying somebody else. But that's really good you have that.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to do the hot dog stand, but I don't want it to be hot dogs. I want it to be everything but hot dogs. I was going to make the name of it. Everything but hot dogs. Georgia Hots, shish kebabs, chili, things like that. The one I got, it has it like, the propane tank.
Okay.
So you can hook the propane tank up to a deep fryer. So in the summertime, it'd be like fried fish and french fries.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. But you think you can return to your job at Milford Barrel and you like that. So you kind of want to try and do both? Okay.
I know I could go there and back to Milford Barrel and get a couple of dollars up. And then on the weekend, me and my son, if he's doing what he need to do, we can take the hot dog stand out. And I just want to show him different. Like she don't got to be in the streets. She don't got to sell drugs. You can get money doing other things. Like that's it.
I think showing a turnaround and, a redemption is really powerful for youth. So that would be, I think, good if you can model that behavior.
And then I talked to Nancy Jordan and Kate Cunning. They told me that they could pick me in their program and the program will help me get a job. They'll pay for me to do certain things, license, if I ever wanted to get the truck driving thing going on. They have paid for these programs long as the I-50 criteria. I got to be on some type of paperwork. It's not like you just go sign up and get into the program. It's for at-risk people Yeah,
no, it's a great program. I think it'd be great if you could get into that. So when you were talking about, alcohol and substance use, you acknowledged that you thought alcohol was a problem. You didn't think that marijuana use was a problem, even though you used it kind of throughout the day. Do you think it influenced your decision making or motivation or anything?
I think it influenced my motivation. I think it made me lazy.
Yeah.
I think it made me lazy. Like alcohol, at first I didn't think it was a problem because I wasn't getting into nothing. But then after a while, you start to understand that the normal things that you would let go, you won't let them go if you're drunk. Like even if I know I'm right, I won't. You know what I mean? If I know I'm right and I'm sober, and you just keep going on and on, I'll leave it alone. I'll be like, well, I can't deal with you. But then if I'm drunk and you can and I know I'm right, or if I feel I'm right, we're gonna start arguing over who's right and who's wrong. I know I can't drink.
And then, but you didn't complete an addiction services program during this sentence.
They told me to do voices, and they told me to do voices, and then they claimed that tier 1 was nothing. They said tier 1 is like nothing. It's not tier 4. It's not. It's nothing. That's what they told me I had to do up there.
Did they talk about tier 2 at all, or?
Nah, they didn't. When I got to the thing, they said a job, school, program, or work like that. And by the time I got sentenced, I was already 18 months into my sentence. So I wrote the request. I said, yo, I'll get in this program. And they said, right now, the only thing you have to worry about is voices because it's a mandatory program. And, I was like, okay, well, cool.
And so you have new thoughts on your OAP too, but they didn't talk about new thoughts?
They didn't make me sign up for none of that. I got the paper right here that says, can continue and reapply. I made the halfway house, so, but when I got the thing, they told me, yo, we're not giving you halfway house. You have to continue and apply after you do your programs and stay ticket free. So I'm like, what program? They said, you only got to do voices because voices cover everything.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, okay, then cool.
Let's see, I have that, and during your probation in the community throughout 2022, you did repeatedly fail to complete programming at Midwestern Connecticut Council on Alcoholism and kept rendering positive urine screens. Was your PO trying to work with you, or were you trying to work with your PO?
My PO, right, he wanted me to go. I talked to a psychiatrist one time. So the psychiatrist was like, okay, well, if you go try out, go sit there and try out in a hospital for 24 hours, I think it was like 48 hours or something like that, then we can help you. And I'm like, well, this is the drug program for alcohol. And I drink and I work and I got my own apartment. I can't just not go to work. If I don't go to work, I won't have work. Like, it's not like a situation where I can just, take 2-3 days off or go do an inpatient program and still have a job. It's not gonna work like that. My boss told me, actually, he said, yo, if they'll let you do outpatient and you can still come to work, then we could do it. But if you're not gonna let you do outpatient and still come to work, you're done. I can't keep you on. So I went with that. I went with paying bills and working.
Why do you think it'd be different this time on community release? How would you approach it differently?
This time I know I can ask for help and I ain't even gonna be shamed for asking for help. I know I need help with certain things. I know that I'm not gonna be able to just go and do things without a real support system, without people who aren't gonna, when you ask somebody for help, that you really care about what they're thinking. When you're asking for help, you don't want to ask a person for, I need some help with some food. Now you're like, damn, I know you. Now you think I'm a bum and I'm this, that, and the third. Now I really don't even care about that. Like, that's the main reason why I wanted to parole to the halfway house. So I don't have to worry about anything. I can just worry about me getting my life back in order, getting my things right. That's patience.
What did you learn in Voices?
I learned in Voices that no matter what my excuse is for doing the things that I do, somebody's going to be affected. Either I'm going to land back in jail or somebody's going to end up being a victim in some way, shape, or form. Your family become victims when they got to worry about you leaving outside or going back and forth to jail. So I learned that the things that I do have consequences, and I'm going to pay the price for my consequences.
You do have 4 DRs, but it has been a year since your last. What's changed this year?
Everything changed. Yeah, when I first came to jail, I was still not lost, but I still was thinking about all the wrong things. I was going to court. I was trying to find my lawyer situation right. I was just rushing to do everything. I'm on the phone. You're on the phone. My boy on the phone. He on the phone with his people. Let me talk to this person. And that's how I caught my phone ticket. Worried about somebody that really don't even care about me. In all reality, trying to talk to somebody who has no care for me. And, it happened. I got in the fighting, one of the fighting tickets I got for minding somebody else's business. This is why I say I got to learn to mind my own business and not worry about what's going on with other people, because the person that the issue was really with didn't even get in any trouble. I'm the one that's fighting. And you know what I'm saying? And I got another fight and I was at medication. The dude, you read it, the dude attacked me while I'm getting meds. He don't want to be in the jail. He want to go to a different jail. So he's trying to use me for a profile. But at the same time, if I wasn't in jail, it would have never happened. You know what I mean? If I didn't, it just wouldn't have happened.
Yeah. Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Chance?
Mr. Dorchet, how many gun charges do you have now?
How many what?
Gun charges.
2, 3.
I count 4.
I thought it was 3. I apologize.
Would you like me to go over that with you?
If you say it's 4, I believe you.
Because you have criminal possession of a gun, no pistol permit, carrying a dangerous weapon, and the current one, criminal possession of fire.
Okay.
So I consider those very, very serious, Mr. Dorsey. 4.
I understand.
Okay. Number 2, I do understand that, this time you're trying to figure things out and you've gone ahead and done some research on community programs. But you've been given 6 previous opportunities on community releases and you failed all of them.
6 on community release.
Yeah.
I went to halfway house one time. I never made parole.
Okay.
I never.
Okay. So violation of probation, we call them community releases, but they're violation of probation.
I understand what you said.
Violation of probation. Violation of probation. I mean, I could go through all of them and give you the date and time.
No, I believe you.
But I want to ask you, why do you think they gave you 7 years special parole this time?
Hoping that I messed up during this 7 years so I can do the 7 years. I mean, that's just me.
Because your level of severity of your crimes keep going up and they keep repeating.
Oh, okay.
So now, special parole is supposed to where you work more closely with them and that you're going to abide by their rules because they have the power to bring you right back to jail.
Well, I'm not gonna lie to you. I think I need that. Like, I think I need to know if you're not gonna do this, this is what's gonna happen. I need that type of structure, that type of discipline. This is not something that I'm gonna lie to you about. I feel that I need that elephant in the room. I need to know that.
Do they have AA and NA meetings at the facility?
They have tier 4, and that's all I know of.
Meetings, NA or AA meetings.
Not that I know of, miss. That's not that I know of.
You should be attending meetings. Since you have not completed an addiction services program.
Yeah, and the only reason I haven't finished the addiction service program, because to my knowledge, the AOP, all that they told me I had to do was voices. And I got the paper to prove that they said, upon continual reapply for halfway house, once you were finished with voices. I finished voices and I got approved for the halfway house on 11/25. 11/25 of this month, last month. If I knew I would have had to do that, I'd have did that.
So on your OAP, I see addiction services referral, new thoughts, and 5 to 7 day job assignment.
They told me that
and it's dated June 24th, 2025.
And this is what they told me to do. They told me to do voices. They didn't tell me to do anything but voices. They didn't sign me up for anything. They didn't say anything.
But it's your responsibility, Ms. Deutsche, to ensure that the programs that are on your OAP, that you get signed up for them. Your last DR was last December for 5.
Yes.
Just a little less than a year ago. You actually have 4 DRs in last year.
Yes.
And your time before that, over the period of time that you've been incarcerated, you've had 73. So for me, having a problem with alcohol, I consider serious. And with those 4 gun charges, I consider those serious. So for me today, Mr. Doherty, I don't find it suitable because I do think you need the addiction services.
Okay.
All right, thank you. I have a chair.
Thanks. So, Mr. Dorche, we're going to deliberate now about your case. We already know Ms. Chance's position. Ms. Keys?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, he has not had any community supervision success, as Ms. Chance pointed out. He is estimated as highly likely to recidivate. He does release next year, 2 special parole, 7 years of special parole, which was already cited. It was a serious offense, the shootout, although I do recognize that he was shot at first, that is on the record. He is halfway house approved. He was on probation at the time of the offense for robbery first. I have to say, I did think he presented well today, but, and so I enjoyed his responses. I found him forthcoming. I am concerned there is no alcohol or an addiction program that was completed. It is interesting to see his OAP that Ms. Chance did just reference was signed in June, and it doesn't even have voices on it, but he did complete voices then in November, and it did say to reapply for the halfway house once you take voices, and that's what I believe he's referencing. So I believe he's right about that. It's just an interesting thing with the OAP. So not sure what happened there, but although he did present well today, and I think he's on the right track and he really is motivated and wants support and assistance. I'm not in favor today. I'm hoping he gets an addiction program before he's released. And then when he is released into the community and it begins his community supervision, he will get all of the community programs that he is eager for and wants. And I think he'll do well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with both my colleagues. I think Mr. Dorchett presented very well today. I do hear I do hear offender change, hear somebody that's finally recognizing the importance of not having to look over your shoulder. You are prohibited, he's a prohibited person from ever carrying a firearm, regardless of circumstances. So that presents a problem in that he carries one in any ways. So hopefully going forward, he'll be able to set that behavior in the rear view. The DRs do go back over a year ago, so that is growth as well. I think the fact that he has employment, thinks he can have employment going back, speaks to his commitment to wanting to do well in the community. But for today, we just can't find Mr. Dorchett suitable. Any reasons, Ms. Keys?
Excuse me. Inadequate institutional program participation. Excuse me, poor performance. Excuse me. Yes, poor performance. I think we could choose different things.
Current offense committed while on probation, yeah. I think is significant. Inadequate program participation, current offense committed on probation. Ms. Chance?
For me, I had criminal history, but it include 4 gun charges.
Okay.
Those are public safety issues.
Okay. And we also need to set special parole conditions.
Yes.
What did you have, Ms. Keys?
I had no alcohol consumption, behavioral management program for DV, no contact with victim, halfway house placement, and mental health.
LM.
Thank you. And mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary.
Okay. All right.
So you're saying when I do get special parole, I got a special parole to a halfway house?
If necessary.
If necessary.
We'll put it on there. If you don't need it, if you have a sponsor, then that can be worked out. But we like to put it on there. So if there's an issue, also, if you end up getting sponsored and you start out and it ends up not working out best for you, you could go to your parole officer and say it's not working out. They'll already have halfway house approved. So without having to come back before us, they can just easily get you into a program. So it'll give you a backup in case things aren't working out with a sponsor. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So in the matter of Edward Dorch, 280263, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: criminal history, current offense committed while on probation, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. I'm also going to set special parole conditions as there's 7 years of special parole to follow this sentence. No alcohol, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment, community-based treatment for domestic violence, and no contact with victim LM. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Dorch, good luck to you.
Okay, have a good day.
All righty.
And this hearing to be your
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Menard. Today is Friday, December 12th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record certified they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good
Good
morning.
afternoon, Joy Chance.
Good afternoon, panel member Keys.
Good morning.
Please state
How
your
you
name
doing?
and state number for the record.
Ronald Dutra and 444-819.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Ronald Dutra, inmate number 444-819. He's serving a sentence of 10 years execution suspended after 2.5 years with 5 years probation for assault burglary third, and criminal violation of a restraining order. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date, February 11th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows if the offender has completed anger management and is completing his GED. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, I just want to have the chance to be able to prove myself to parole, the community, and to my loved ones that I have changed. You know what I mean? Because this is one of the worst experiences I ever been through in my life, going to this jail. I've never been locked down like this before, ever. And I just want to be able to have the chance to prove to everybody that I have changed and I'm looking for the better. You know what I mean? That's really what I'm going for.
Okay, well, thank you. We are going to ask you some questions, so that'll help us get some more information about how you think you've changed and how things are going to go for you in the future. So Ms.
Okay.
Chance will begin with the questions today.
All right.
Dutra, I did read the letter that you wrote to the board. And I hear the remorse that you're expressing for what happened. But I also want to say that I looked at the programs that you're required to take, and I was wondering why you did not have an addiction services program.
I don't know, they just never put one on my OAP, but I ended up going and signing up for methadone myself, and they have like a MAP program that they talk about my substance abuse, and I've been going through that. And I signed up for that probably
So
like
you're
about 6
in
months ago.
the MAP program?
Yes.
And explain what you do when you attend, when you
Well,
get
when
the
we
bid.
We go down there, we talk about our substance problems, and we go from there, depending on, she wants to know where it started from and what kind of drugs did I start off with from a younger age, and they talk to us about our substance problems and where we're gonna go forward from there.
So it was concerning to me because your drug score is a 4. And I, looked at some of the drugs that you were using, and it was quite a bit. I appreciate the fact that you're in the MAT program, but part of what a regular program does is help you to figure out how you're going to stay clean and sober in the community. I'm glad that you're getting a little bit of a head start with the MAT program. Do you intend to continue that in the community?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. My family and everybody else would like me to continue going forward with my process of staying clean. And I'd like to stay clean for my daughter and everybody else around me. You know what I mean? I messed up a lot of stuff.
So Mr. Dutra, 2 things.
Yeah.
You have to stay clean for you so that you can be there for your family.
Yes, you're right.
And I'm hoping that you will consider attending other substance abuse treatment besides the MAT program.
Okay, all right. See, I never been through this process before, and I took the step to going through the MAT program on myself. And I asked them, like, when I get out of here, like, if someone's gonna help me, like, direct me in the right way, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't really.
Because you're in there, you will get that when it's time for you to leave.
Oh, okay, that's what I was wondering.
It will
A lot
help
of
you
people.
because you are, taking the methadone. So
Okay, all right.
you don't
And then
get
they're gonna
to
point.
just leave.
Well, no, I know they're gonna help me with the methadone and stuff like that, but I wasn't sure if, like, helping me, like you said, am I gonna look forward towards more help in the community with my problem? And I wasn't sure if, like, cause I'm not from Connecticut, I'm from Rhode Island, and I'm just trying to get, like, maybe pointed in the right direction for me to stay looking forward with my substance abuse.
Well, if you have a parole or probation officer,
Okay.
they can guide you.
All
And
right.
as you talk about Rhode Island, I wanted to ask you about that last assault and battery charge that you received in Rhode Island.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, that was the assault battery that I got into was, me and my girl's been going through a lot of rough times with me actually having the drug problem. You know what I mean? She doesn't like it. So we've been fighting a lot for the last couple of years because of my drug problem. And that's where that assault charge came from. It was between me and her arguing, fighting over my drug addiction and me not being faithful to her. You know what I'm saying? So.
And here you are, assault third, criminal violation of restraining order, threatening, and then burglary third. So
Yes.
you left Rhode Island, you came here, and you just continued.
Yes.
Then you received 2 DRs, which I find a little interesting. What was the one on September 29th of this year? Tell me about that one.
I got into an argument with a gentleman, and then we were arguing, and he attacked me with toenail clippers. He cut me on the side here, cut me over here, and we just continued fighting. And I ended up dislocating my ankle and fractured my leg in 3 different places and tore 2 ligaments. I had to have surgery on it. I got hardware all in my leg, and I still have to go through maybe another surgery.
So you said you were in school and you didn't know that you were in the New Thoughts program.
So what happened was I was in school in the afternoon. So I go to school in the afternoon and they put me in
you were in GED classes.
Yes, GED. I was in GED. And they put me in New Thoughts in the afternoon, but I didn't know they did that. So it was on a Friday, I went to school. I guess I didn't show up to the class that I didn't know I was in there at the time. And then Monday they hit me with a ticket, and I asked them, like, how can you guys hit me with a ticket when technically I'm in GED in the afternoon when I should probably have this class in the morning time, you know what I'm saying? And I don't know what happened with that situation. Because I was trying to get into all my classes and get everything done for coming up to parole.
Wait a minute, so you were in GED classes in the morning?
No, afternoon, GED in afternoon.
Oh, afternoon, okay. And then they put you in the New Thoughts class in the morning?
No, in the afternoon. That's
So
what I'm saying.
What were you doing in the morning?
I didn't have no class in the morning. That's what I mean. They should have put me in New Thoughts in the morning time. I would have been able to do that and then still go to my GED class in the afternoon. But they put it, that's why I didn't know. When they came and gave me a ticket, I was like, why am I getting a ticket? They said, well, you didn't go to New Thoughts. And I said, well, how can I be in two places at the same time? You know what I mean? At 12 o'clock, how can I be in New Thoughts and at my GED at the same time?
So were you able to get that resolved so that you could continue with your GED?
So I read the lady, the principal for GED, and she went back and said that I have to wait till my ticket clears for me to sign back up to the GED. That's 4 months. And my EOS is in 4 months. I'll be out of here by then.
But you completed anger management.
Yes.
When
And I
did
would
you
have liked,
complete that?
oh, I completed that a while ago, like 6 months ago, probably, maybe a little longer.
How come you didn't have domestic violence on your?
I do have domestic violence on there, and I've been writing them, and they just keep telling me the same thing, that I'm on the waiting list. And they said it goes by who's closest to parole, and I've been writing them. And I got papers in here showing that I've been writing them, saying that I've been trying to sign up to the class, and they just say, I'm on the waiting list, I'm on the waiting list.
Okay, well, I can certainly, understand the September ticket. And I know a little over a year ago, you got a fighting ticket.
Yeah, fighting ticket, yeah.
So what was going on there?
That's the ticket, that's where I got into an argument with the guy, and he attacked me with the toenail clippers, how I messed up my leg.
Got it. Okay. So as of where you are now, what is it that you think that you need help in that you haven't gotten so far?
I'm hoping that, like you said, I can follow up with my substance abuse, maybe like an outpatient program that can help me out on the outside. When I've done that in Rhode Island, like ad care. So I don't know if you guys have the same kind of programs out here. Most likely you probably do.
Similar ones.
Yeah, similar ones. So follow up with something like that to keep me on the right track. You know what I mean?
So let me ask you another question. So you just indicated that you only have a few months left in there.
Yes.
What happens if you don't get parole today? What are you going to do?
I'm going to continue doing the same things I've been doing, following with the MAP program. I can't get into GED because I got to wait for my ticket to clear. So a lot of stuff is stopping me from doing anything with the ticket. With that ticket they gave me for that class that I didn't show up, I can't do anything besides what I'm doing now.
Now, your current sponsor.
Yes.
Is your current fiance, and she's also the victim.
Yes. But I would like to, I have her down as my first one, but I actually would like to switch that to my second residence, to my parents, you know what I mean? Because I would like to take it a little slow, you know what I mean? I had her on there at first, but we kind of like went through stuff. We're getting along now, but what I'm saying is I still want to just take it slow. You know what I mean? It's been 2 years since me and her have been together, so I'd rather start.
But that would have been my next question, is whether you thought being sponsored to her house would be appropriate for you.
No, I'd rather sponsor to my parents' house. I think that would be the smarter decision, and me and her could just start off slow.
Now, during your interview with the parole officer, did you have any discussion with him about that?
Well, at first when I was talking to him, I told him because me and her has been talking, and she wants me home and my daughter wants me home, you know what I mean? So I put her as my first reference, but after I left the room and I was sitting down and had thoughts to myself and everything, and I figured like her kind of getting me here after all this time and me doing this time, I'd rather me and her just take it slow, and I'd rather go to my parents' house and we can figure it out and we can take it from there.
Okay. Well, you know, the one thing that I'm hearing from you is, you know, you're saying some positive things about what it is that you want to do when you go out. I was just, you know, concerned about the fact that you had not taken the addiction services and you had not taken the domestic violence, but you're in the MAT program, and then the confusion with the GED and the new class was of concern. But I appreciate the fact that regardless of what we do today, you know what you have to do.
Yes.
Okay, so I wish you the best of luck, and thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. We did get some letters of support from your family, from the victim, in support of your release. Do your parents live in Connecticut or Rhode Island?
No, they live in Connecticut.
Okay, that's good. All right, Mr. Durtra. Ms. Keys, you have follow-up questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the offense that we're talking about now, your daughter was 9 at the time, right?
9, yes. Yep, she's 11 now.
And you took her mom's purse that had her work keys and her keys in her wallet and everything, right?
Yeah, I guess I did. I don't remember, to tell you the truth. I took a lot of pills that day, and I don't remember doing that. You know what I mean? But yeah, I guess supposedly I took her pocketbook and threw it or got rid of it somewhere. I don't really know. You know what I mean? But yes, I guess so.
And do you know what that meant about what your daughter's mom was able to do and not do? I mean, was she able to bring your daughter to school, able to buy her food? Or, I mean, how long was the purse gone and her keys?
No, she was able to get the spare keys from my parents' house. My parents had her spare keys, I guess, but she was able to get all her stuff back. I guess she didn't get it back from me, but over time, I guess she had to get it back. I don't know what I did with it. You know what I mean? There's a lot of woods out in Colchester, so I got messed up. They found me in the woods, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I have to tell you the honest, I really don't know what I did with it.
Has your daughter talked at all about, have you guys talked about the
my daughter comes up. No, my daughter comes up and sees me all the time, visits. She comes up and sees me all the time. My sister-in-law comes from Rhode Island, picks her up, and she comes up and sees me all the time. So my daughter wants me home, you know what I mean?
Right. Has she ever talked about the negatives of the crimes that she witnessed?
She's never talked to the negatives of the crime to me, you know what I mean? But I think she's probably has to her mother, you know what I mean? She's been a little nervous, you know, she loves me and wants me home, but she's been a little nervous about the situation too, you know what I mean? So she loves me and all, but yeah, I probably scared her at the time, you know what I mean? But she loves me, you know what I mean? Daddy's little girl, you know what I mean? But yes, I think I might have messed her up a little bit, you know what I mean, at the time, you know what I mean? I understand all the wrong I did, you know what I mean? I was sitting down and thinking about it all, you know what I mean? And I know I was wrong, you know? So, yeah, I probably messed her up a little bit.
Yeah, I would definitely think so. I think, as you're working on yourself and maybe get a counselor in the community, at some point, it'd be good to, consider those things and prepare yourself to hopefully be an open ear for her someday when she feels comfortable, but make sure you're a safe person for her to tell those things to, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm sure she loves you very much, but, she probably struggles with fear and, worrying about her mom and things like that. So she probably has conflicting feelings, but I hope she's doing very well. So thank you for answering that question. So I understand that you want to do, have you ever done a domestic violence program in the community or ever?
No,
Yeah.
I never did domestic violence.
Okay, and then medication assisted treatment, have you ever done that before?
What?
No?
Done what?
I'm sorry, medication assisted treatment. Matt, have you ever been on medicine to help with addiction before?
No, this is the first time. I was here and I did most of my time. I was already down like almost a year and a half before I got on it. And I said, listen, I'm getting close. I just want to do the right thing. So I read to him and got on that and see where we go from there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I think it's good. I think that's a good thing for you to try and see. Maybe that's, something that you really needed to help you at least until you're further along. So that's really good. Okay. Thank you for answering my questions. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we're all done with our questions for today. We'll deliberate and give you our decision in just a minute or two. Ms. Chance?
Thought about this case a lot. I don't think 5 months is enough time, and because I know he wouldn't be going out anyway. To go out his first married parole, because there would not be enough. If it was at least 6 months, I would understand, but he's not going to have that. Despite the fact that he did complete anger management and he is in the MAC program. I read his letter to the board, and I certainly appreciate that. As I said, the only drawback I have today would be there's not enough time. And I think he would be better served by just staying there and staying on the MAC program. And if there are, they also have groups that they do. So maybe he can get more benefit out of that while he's waiting to go out. Because he will have 5 years of probation.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So I agree with a lot of what you said. It's unfortunate that there were certain programs not on his OAP that he wasn't recognized to take. He does have a detainer to Rhode Island. And, we have some good letters of support for him, one from the victim. He has his parents to go to. And I hear a plan for being out in the community that includes substance abuse. So I was in favor of granting his discretionary parole today, because he will need to go to Rhode Island and resolve that before he can then come back to Connecticut and begin treatment then. So I do think that probation, or if there's any time left of parole after he resolves that detainer, will provide the substance abuse in the community. And we can certainly recommend domestic violence for the community as well, if that should happen. So Ms. Keys?
Oh, dang. I was on the fence, coming in, I really don't like that he hasn't taken a domestic violence program or an addiction program. Those are the 2 biggest things in my opinion. And I don't know, it's just really unfortunate that he hasn't been able to take them. I do like that he's on MAT, and it's the first time he's doing that. I'm hoping that will be really good for him. I was concerned. I appreciated the support letters very much. I was a little concerned with the high risk situation that it seemed like he might be returning into. with some financial stressors that are currently going on, although I like that he is looking toward releasing to his parents instead, I think, as much as, I think that was really smart. Oh, gosh.
But let me
Yes.
add a little caveat to that, because I thought about that, but because I wrote, he had his detainer, and the fact that he just started the MAP program, to me, leaving it and going there, it's going to interrupt his flow of staying sober. And so I thought of that piece of it and said, this is the first time he's on it. He really needs to stay and concentrate on it. And that was my, only reason. And the fact that it wasn't enough time. Yeah. Yes, I'm looking back at my notes.
It's unfortunate. There's not enough time to do any of the real work that needs to be done.
Right.
I just would like to see it all start to happen sooner than later.
Yeah. I'm going to be a no at this time because of the extensive history of DV.
Okay. Ms. Chance, what do you have for reasons for tonight?
So I had the inadequate institution program participation. So I had nature and circumstances.
Okay. Did you have anything else, Ms. Keys?
Okay.
So in the matter of Ronald Dutra, 444-819, there's a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense, inadequate institutional program participation. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Aye. All right, so Mr. Dutra, we were not able to vote you to parole today. You do have that detainer with Rhode Island that's going to be a little hiccup for you.
Well, that's what I was hoping to take. I was hoping to take care of that. I was hoping I got released to that, and and I could take care of Rhode Island at the same time, because I don't know if I don't know if Rhode Island's going to give me a year or 2 years.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's going on over there. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
maybe you can reach out to Rhode Island in the next few months and see what the plan is. Sometimes, some things can start to get working or sooner than later. You'd be surprised.
Right.
I don't know though, but keep up the good work. All right. We're appreciate that you're getting some treatment through the MAP program.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work.
All right. Thank you.
All right. And you can study for your GED on the side too.
All right. Thank you, guys. Have
You're
a good day.
welcome.
See y'all later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Renard. Today is Friday, December 12th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Partisan Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good afternoon, Joy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, panel member Keys.
We're way past the morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Zachary Michael La Rochelle, 362102.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Zachary La Rochelle, inmate number 362102. He is serving a sentence of 20 years, execution suspended after 5 years jail with 5 years probation. for 2 counts of possession with intent, 2 counts of criminal possession of a firearm, and illegal operation of a motor vehicle under the influence. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 17th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender is participating in Tier 4 and the CCAR program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good afternoon. If I may read something that I wrote, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to thank the board for this opportunity. I would like anyone listening to know how remorseful I am for my actions, that I take accountability for them, and that I acknowledge that everything brought me here was my fault and no one else's. I would like the woman who was hurt in the car accident I caused to know I'm deeply sorry for putting myself behind the wheel that day and what happened to you because of it. I truly hope you're doing well. Since being incarcerated, I have changed and grown into a better person who knows he needs to make amends for his actions. Something in the grips of addiction I couldn't do on my own. This incarceration and sentence was necessary for the crimes I committed. It also gave me the opportunity to get clean and get into recovery, things I couldn't do on my own. Since being here, I joined a dual diagnosis group that reopened the door to my recovery, putting my mind and heart on the right path. Going back to college through Trinity reminded me how important education is and inspired me to get a degree upon release. Putting myself in Tier 4 was monumental for my change. At the beginning, I got grievances off my chest and thought of the future in the letter to myself that you read. Next, I gained structure I so deeply needed. I was recognized as Resident of the Week, which finally made me feel good about myself. Then I completed 90 and 90, putting my recovery first, something that I plan on doing upon release. While I did not do voices myself, I worked with a member of leadership who sat down with me weekly for 2 months. I needed to learn the effects of my crimes, that they touch people directly and indirectly, victims, families, and entire communities. I'm enrolled in RCA through CCAR, which has shown me new pathways to recovery and is opening a door for me to get back to helping others. Like they say in the rooms, we can only keep what we have by giving it away. I've also started a yoga group. I'm working out again. I'm working with CBT books. I help others in the community with their recovery. And something very important to me is that I repaired healthy relationships with family and friends that I destroyed or ran from during active addiction. Something else instrumental to my recovery has been working with a therapist since the beginning of my sentence. Something that will be vital to my maintained sobriety upon release. Which brings me to my plan when that day comes. I have an amazing support network and go to my sister and brother-in-law's house. I plan on immediately checking in with parole or probation, starting 90 and 90, finding employment, a therapist, a personal care provider, and finding my nearest CCAR. Next, I'll fix my license, my credit, get transportation, my own place, and find a sponsor. In my free time, I'll spend it with family, working out, joining a yoga class, volunteering, and simply filling my soul with positive things on my pursuit of happiness. In closing, thank you, board, for your consideration. If given the opportunity to return to society, I promise I won't let you, my family, the community, or myself down. I had a period of about a decade away from these walls, so I know I can do it. I lost sight of how beautiful and precious life is and have gained tools since, so that doesn't happen again. Thank you.
All right, nicely done. Pronounce your last name for me.
La Rochelle, like New Rochelle in New York, but take the new out and put a la in front of it.
Okay, I can't hear. Okay, there we go. La Rochelle, got it. All right, Mr. La Rochelle, I appreciate your opening statement. I thought you did a really good job.
Thank you. I also have a recovery plan that I did as well, but.
Hold on to that and we'll talk about that as we go along here. So let's start with the charges that you're before us here today. So there's a couple of drug charges, 2 firearm charges, and then a driving under the influence. So there is a lot of drugs and a lot of money involved in all of this. So you were selling drugs to support yourself?
To support myself and the habit that I had.
Okay, all right.
Which got really bad.
Yeah,
it was bad.
It looks that way. Yeah.
I acknowledge that.
And the DU and the driving under the influence, do you have restitution to make on that case?
I don't believe so. I wasn't told anything, but whenever I get the opportunity to get out and make the proper phone calls and stuff, I plan on checking anything I have to do.
Okay. I was looking, I didn't see anything, but I thought I would ask. All right. So you have this ongoing, you have this monumental drug problem happening, and you're selling and supporting to support yourself. So, and we know why you have the firearms, because you're selling drugs.
And for protection, some other things went on, and I was honestly, those guns were never fired at anyone or for anything other than self-protection, which I understand was wrong, but that's just the truth of what they were for.
They're kind of it's nature of the crime too. That is our thinking, is how we see it often. All right, so let's move on a little bit and let's talk about your substance abuse needs and what you've been doing. So you're in the Tier 4 program. How long have you been in that?
4.5 months, almost 5 months. 3 classes left in phase 3, which will take me a week and a half, and then phase 4 is a month long, and then I'll be graduating.
Okay, well, congratulations on that. What do you think about the program?
I think it's great. It's something I needed a lot. The positive environment, jail itself in general is a bad place, and someone like myself who at the beginning wasn't fully committed to a change, but since before that and being in a positive place has reinforced that, like, me wanting to change my life is the right thing to do and ways to do it better, because I had a period where I was good, you know what I mean? And then that veered off track hard, like worse than it ever had before. I had never done a lot of things I had done before. It went really bad, but since then, I've a lot of insight, a lot of introspection behind myself and things and why I made these choices, and a positive environment with like-minded individuals who, if I'm having a hard time, I can talk to them. A lot of older gentlemen in the group that I can talk to who have been through virtually the same thing I've been through, and they can help me get through it when times are rough.
Okay.
But it's awesome. I love it. I needed this.
You've done other inpatient, outpatient programs before, so you're finding this is different?
I'm finding I'm different. I'm being receptive to it. I'm not just trying to get through it. Like a long time ago, I went to Help in Waterbury, Help Incorporated, and my only goal of being there was to not go to prison. I've signed myself up for Tier 4. No one got me in the Tier 4. I did it myself. I wanted to be here. I wanted to make a change. I wanted something more out of life than just like, I know Menard said a high chance for recidivism, but like I literally want different now. I've never done something, and like as far as recovery goes, for somebody else or for myself. It was always for somebody else to please probation, the courts, anything like that. This time, like while I'm doing that, the number one person I'm doing it for is myself.
Okay. Well, you're 35 years old now. Sometimes, it takes a little bit before somebody has that epiphany in their life.
Yes, ma'am. It took. I'm sorry. It took like, and I really feel really bad. Someone had to get hurt because of everything, and everything happened because of it. But I feel like it took all of that to get me to a better place, like in myself. I feel bad for everything that happened that get me to there, but
yeah, there was a lot that went on. You're right.
Yes, ma'am. Things were not okay. I was not okay.
Yeah, there was a lot of chaos.
Yes, ma'am.
So I did read in one of the reports that at one point you reported having 4 years of sobriety in the community.
Yes.
How did you maintain it at that time? What were you doing?
I was one of the biggest things is I was taking care of myself. I was working out, I was eating right, I was taking care of my mental health, I was being around family members. I wasn't going around trying to have a bunch of friends or anything. I had a couple friends who were important to me. I had a really good career that I cared about, and I put myself in structure. I had structure in my life, and I need that. When I try to wing life, doesn't go well.
Okay. Well, I think it's important to know where your own personal boundaries lie.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned CCAR as part of your plan. Is that part of your recovery plan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so talk to us about your recovery plan.
So the major points of it, there's 5 major points that I wrote down. One was finding stability. The second is giving back. The third is my support network. The fourth is wellness. And the fifth is mental health. I would CCAR for me, supports under support network and my wellness. There was a gentleman who came here recently from CCAR who was in a similar situation to I am, and he's having a great life right now. And all I want is more and happiness. And like, I know it's not going to come from my previous actions.
So
but I think
what
it
have
also.
What have you done with CCAR so far?
We've taken, so we're working with Counselor Supervisor Samuel from the Tier 4 program, and she's running the group herself. So I'm going for the RCA through the Recovery Coach Academy, which is the first step of being a recovery coach.
And you mentioned that you did a dually diagnosed program. So you're working on your mental health as well right now?
Yes, ma'am. I feel like that's one of the major pillars that's going to keep me away from these walls.
You had 2 disciplinary tickets back in 2023. Am I right about that? Check my numbers.
Yes,
yeah. So August and June 2023. So it's been a while since you've had any difficulties.
Yes, ma'am.
You seem like you've got we got a lot of support letters. Your family and friends rallying around you.
Yes, ma'am.
Want the best for you. And your sister has agreed to be your sponsor for someplace to live.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Anything else? I see you used to own a food truck. You're kind of in the food business. Is that something that you hope to go back to?
That's something I intend on going back to, but I also understand that that's it's not all the time, all year round. So I also plan on whenever I get out, I need to do something. I'm not gonna be prideful and say I want to do this or that. I'll do anything I can because one, I know I need to stay busy and I need something to do something positive in my life, whether that's flip burgers at McDonald's or pick up trash or whatever it comes to. I know for myself that it's just what I have to do to.
Okay. Well, you mentioned structure. I'm a big proponent and advocate for structure. We all need some level of structure in our lives, and certainly employment adds good structure, gives you a reason to get going.
To wake up in the morning.
Yeah. And, we hear a lot about CCAR. We know that they are all over Connecticut now, lots of places, and they also provide an opportunity for some place to go that is positive, supports sobriety. So it's good to hear that you're involved in that and that you had your mental health as part of your recovery plan. All right, Mr. LaRochelle, thank you for answering my questions. Ms. Keys?
Yes, you don't have any questions. Thank you.
And Ms. Chance?
Thank you.
So, Ms. LaRochelle, do you have a driver's license?
I currently do not.
So you have 3 driving under the influence charge. So was your license suspended, taken away? Are you required to have an interlock device?
At the time of the crash?
Now I'm talking because you
Now,
have.
when I get out, yes. As far as I know, I will have to have an interlock device into my car. So as far as I know how it works is that upon release, I will have to buy a vehicle. I will have to get an interlock device placed into the vehicle. And then I will have to go into the DMV with certificates stating that has happened. And then they will reinstate my license upon then. And then I'll have to follow whatever stipulations of the interlock device itself.
To tell you, Mr. LaRochelle, those are very concerning to me.
I understand.
you've had, 2 firearm charges.
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you need the guns?
To protect myself. Someone had already, I had already been attacked and and honestly, my mind wasn't in the right place. I was staying up for weeks at a time and my mental health was in a rage, but I didn't want to be a victim, I guess you could say.
Can I ask you, you have a drug score of 5, but you did not have addiction services on your OAP.
So that is for 2 reasons, I believe. One, I don't believe the addiction services was on my OAP because I was sentenced as a non-drug dependent. And then I believe the drug score was high.
Okay, how can that be? I don't understand.
I do not understand it either, ma'am. That was the question that I asked. And then I think my drug score is high because I'm on the MAP program. I'm not 100% sure, but.
I don't think so. I think there is other reason why.
I truly have no idea.
So those were concerning for me. So I know I heard you say that you put yourself in the tier 4, but you needed to be in the tier 4. I just don't understand why DOC didn't make that part of your OAP.
So on my OAP, it said addiction services, something, but it didn't specify what I had to do. But addiction services never came and talked to me, and I know I need to do something for myself.
Yeah. I was looking at it. It was dated 9/30/24. I don't know. It just said general referral for ASU, and then it has DB and voices and a vocational referral. But I was concerned about that because with your, DUIs, I'm glad that you're in the CCAR and you want to be a recovery coach, but your priority is learning what your triggers and your urges are, working on them, coming up with a plan on how you're going to stay sober before you can be a recovery coach to help other people.
That's what I'm doing in tier 4, man.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I have no further questions, but thank you for answering.
Thank you, man.
Okay, Mr. La Rochelle, we're going to deliberate now about your case. We'll give you our decision in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. So Mr. La Rochelle, he's here for the possession with intent, 2 counts and 2 counts possession of firearm and the driving under the influence. And this is not his first driving under the influence. He's got 20 years suspended after 5 with 5 years probation. So it's a hefty sentence. Scores high for risk recidivate. I think what I see with Mr. La Rochelle is I do see a lot of insight into what his needs are. I see he's tried his best to take advantage of all his opportunities by attending meetings, addressing his mental health. I have an indication he's doing that with some one-on-one sessions in addition to what he says he did already through the program. He is in the tier 4. I have a release date of the end of January, 1/30/2025 for a program completion date.
26.
26, you're right. Yeah. I should have 26. So a little over a month. And he does have a lot of support in the community from his family and friends. I think he has got a good release plan that includes some good outside support systems. I think he's certainly employable. And I'm on the fence about 2 things. Whether or not we have a rehear for Mr. La Rochelle, give him an opportunity to finish tier 4, maybe see what he can do after that, or finding him suitable and making his release contingent upon completion of Tier 4. And because Tier 4 is a significant program, we can do that. So what do you think, Ms. Keith?
My vote was going to be a grant pending completion of Tier 4, also because it's so close to when he will be completing Tier 4. So I thought it was appropriate.
Okay. And Ms. Chance?
So I would be a denial, possibly rehear, because I am extremely concerned about those 3 DUIs. I consider that public safety issue. And when I look at the time frame in between each of them, it makes it more concerning. 211, 214, and 223. So the only thing that I would support is a deny and a rehear.
Yeah.
So I can go on the minority.
Okay. I just, the DUIs are incredibly concerning. And you're right about that. I don't know what will change with those 3 particular cases for us for the rehearing. So the other panel will still have that information. Yeah. So, all right. So in the matter of, let's talk about conditions. Okay, there's a few. I have no alcohol.
Yep.
Mental health evaluation and treatment. No operation of motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission.
Yep.
Contingent upon completion of Tier 4. I have 2 victims, an EW and an MC. Do you have those?
Yes.
Yes. And was there anything else, Ms. Chance? Did you have anything, Ms. Keys? Did you have anything else?
That.
No? Okay. All right. So in the matter of Zachary La Rochelle, 362-102, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after, we're going to use today's date, 12/12/2025. There's going to be conditions of no alcohol, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, no operation of a motor vehicle without the parole officer's permission. Release is contingent upon successful completion of Tier 4 and no contact with 2 victims, EW and MC. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Those opposed? All right. Mr. La Rochelle, you are granted by majority vote today. So you have to finish Tier 4 to be eligible for parole.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, best of
Thank
luck
you.
to you. You're
Thank you,
welcome.
ma'am. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful day and Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Zachary La Rochelle, inmate number 362-102. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Renard. Today is Friday, December 12th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on a record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Afternoon, Eileen Keys.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Michael Malville, 397884.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Michael Mulville, inmate number 397884. He is serving a sentence of 3 years jail flat for 2 counts of threatening second, violation of probation with the underlying offense of conspiracy to commit larceny first, and a violation of probation with the underlying offense of sexual assault third and risk of injury to a child. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of March 2nd, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the Tier 2 program, anger management, and is participating in Tier 4. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the high range of risk. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning. Good afternoon, board. My name is Michael Mulville, and I'm in the process of change. Before this sentence, I was young and had a toxic mindset. I didn't care about myself or others. Yet when I was incarcerated recently, I made a choice out of anger, which was to stop taking my medication that I've been on as long as I could. The medication made my mind cloudy and not easy to think. Since stopping my medication, I can think more clearly, make better, more thought out decisions, such as my decision to change. I made that decision about 1.5 years ago. I signed up for everything that could possibly help me change for the better. Not everything worked out, but I was able to complete anger management, which taught me coping skills to turn my anger into positive action. I also completed the Tier 2 program and received 2 certificates for a correspondence course, as well as a college course. I want to keep learning both through a college education as well as through fellowship with positive people. I still have a lot to work on, but I welcome it. I have matured and can tell you with confidence I want a change. I have outgrown prison, and I am not that little 14-year-old boy who came in all those years before, nor am I the person who came back 2 years ago. My mindset, the way I communicate, the way I submit to authority have all drastically changed. The person you read on paper and the man before you are physically the same, but not mentally. I would also like to express my deep remorse for the victims in my cases and to any who were affected in any way. I apologize to them from the very bottom of my heart, knowing the toll I took on them through my actions. I am grateful for the lessons I have learned in this time, and I have faith that the changes I see in myself are lasting. I am asking today for the chance to prove this through my actions on the outside. In less than 1 year, I'll be released and without supervision. I believe I need the structure parole will give me to maximize my chance of reintegration upon reentry. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mulville. We're going to be asking you some questions, and after the questions, we'll deliberate and give you our decision. Panel member Keys will begin with questions this afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your opening statement. I appreciate it. You have, excuse me, you have been on community programs before. Residential programs like the January Center, but also Stetson School, which I know is a while ago now. But why had you struggled with these community programs before?
So when I was there, I just kind of had a bad mindset. I didn't want to change, and I was very negative. I didn't agree with the circumstances of being there and whatnot, basically.
Does that include the underlying offense? Because you acknowledged the underlying offense. So why did you not agree with being in those facilities? If you never denied it, which I thought was good, right?
No, so I do not deny the offense, but so I've kind of learned what I did was wrong on my own. I have gone through treatment for it, and I just believe that I don't need to keep going through the treatment over and over again, and I'm kind of being forced to over and over with those situations without any other option.
Okay. And does that explain, so you were in the facility-based problem sexual behavior short track program for 15 days in March 2020 and said you were moved. Do you know why?
I was there 46 days, I believe it was, but yeah. So those were when I got the threatening charges for, so I ended up going to the hospital saying I was suicidal and homicidal, basically. And I stayed overnight and they brought me back afterwards. And I explained to the people at the hospital that I didn't want to be there. And I was trying to get out of there any way possible. And then that's kind of what happened.
So you were in, sorry, I just want to make sure I got it right. So were you in problem sexual behavior and then you got the threatening charges? So you then were saying you were homicidal, suicidal, and went to the hospital?
Yeah.
Okay.
I only went overnight, to the hospital, and then I came back.
And when you came back, you weren't back in the program because leaving, I guess, was kind of not a violation, but that meant you were kind of out of the program?
No, I was still in the program. I was there for 46 days.
You know why you didn't finish that?
I finished phase 1 of the program, but not phase 2 before I was arrested.
Usually I write down the dates the program started and finished, but yeah, okay, it says, yeah. At least in the DOC, the system, it lists a 15-day period all in March of 2020, but that's okay. Thank you for your explanation. Have you ever completed a problem sexual behavior program?
Yes, so I did it I was in CJTS in 2016, I want to say. I might be a little bit off, but I completed it there with Fritz, what was his name? Bill Hobson, and then I did in-home therapy after that with Francis Delmeyer.
It's okay. Wondering if as an adult, so those were as a juvenile, of course your offense was as a juvenile, but okay. I'm wondering if you keep getting put into it because they're looking at it as the adult program versus the youth, but that's not for me to figure out, I guess. Thank you for the explanation, though I wasn't quite clear. You did complete tier 2 and you're now doing tier 4. What do you think you've learned that will help you remain sober in the community? Do you feel like you've learned something that will help you remain sober?
So I didn't really have a bad drug addiction or anything on the outside, obviously, but I'm more using it for the purpose to learn more about just life in general and to keep me clean. But I don't think I will have a problem at all with addiction on the outside of any kind.
Yeah. I appreciate you taking programs just to learn about yourself and just try and see what you can gather from them. That's something that I would do too. If you were put, I'm kind of going back, but if you were put into the community-based problem sexual behavior program, do you think you'd be able to complete it? Would you in a different mindset, would you be able to complete it?
I would definitely be able to complete it now. At the time, I just didn't want to. Now I'm willing to, accept that I need change and that I don't want to keep coming back. So whatever the change is that I need to do is, I welcome.
You have been incarcerated, it looked like, since October 2023 and received 2 DRs, and both your DRs were this year, though, which I thought was kind of interesting. How did you go without DRs in the beginning and then now you're getting DRs?
So my first DR was a fighting ticket, and it was just really an argument with somebody that got out of hand, and it became a physical altercation. There's really no explanation for it, The second one was contraband. I got caught with a lot of stuff for sewing, and that was how I kind of made money in here so.
You were fixing things for people and for some sort of compensation.
Yeah.
Yeah. You did have 4, no, they didn't have all, you did have 4 prior assaults on DOC employees. This is looking back at your history and a 2014 sexual misconduct DR. Do you, by any chance, recall what those were about? What was going on?
At that time, that was my first time in jail, and I had a lot of tickets, a lot more than that. And I just kind of lost my mind for quite a long time. And I was really in a bad spot and rebelling any way possible, pretty much.
You seem to have a kind of a calmer mindset now. Seem to have a calmer presence about you than, seem like you've had quite a history of going through programs and things, and I'm pleased to hear and see how you're presenting now. What's your release plan?
So I do have a job offer that my brother's the manager at a mechanic shop. I have worked there before. He's willing to hire me again as soon as I'm released. Well, within the first week, he said I can definitely start. So that's one of my main goals, is to start there. I do want to get a therapist and work on myself. That's definite. I got a lot of work to do still. And basically whatever is stipulated.
I think that's great that you want to seek counseling. I think everybody at different times in their lives would benefit from counseling, and certainly you've experienced quite a lot that I think be helpful to keep working on yourself and have somebody supporting you while you're returning home, because that's going to be quite an adjustment. And so just having somebody you can go and talk to and who's not family, you don't have to worry about judgments or anything, would be very helpful. All right. I think I'm all set. Thank you very much for answering my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks. Thank you. Ms. Chance?
So, why were you at the January Center?
So on my last bid, they released me and they told me that I'd be going to a shelter because I did not have a place to go at the time. But when they went to release me, they just brought me there instead. And when I got there, I was kind of confused why I was there. I kept asking, they didn't really have an answer. They said, you have to do this program, and it's your only option.
Why would they wait until you get there to tell you that you had to do that program?
I'm not sure.
That does not make any sense. What about being there that you did not like?
So a lot of the people there were very different than I am. And they pretty much they were, like heinous people in my mind. Like, I don't see myself as equal to them, not to judge anything, but that's kind of how I saw it. And I feel like I didn't fit in, and I felt like I didn't need the change at that time.
But if the people who are responsible based on your charges to place you where they think is appropriate, don't you think, whether you like it or not, if the people who are in charge says that's an appropriate place for you, that you needed to be there?
I understand that now. At the time, I was not accepted to even trying to change. Now I do want to change, and if I could go back to that, I would have successfully completed if I could go back.
Then, you violated probation so many times. And I'm just wondering, you have addiction services, the sex offender program, voices, and anger management. And you just started the Tier 4 program last month. I know you said when you got that 3 years flat that you thought that was a long time. Mm-hmm. Is that what you said?
Yes, I agree.
But the problem is, Mr. Malville, that you've violated probation so many times that you're lucky to have only end up with doing 3 years. So, having had 4 failures, as my colleague pointed out, why should I believe now that you're going to go out there and adhere to parole?
So if I was in your shoes, I probably would look at it and see that you have all these violations. Why should I grant you? I agree with that. But I know in myself that I want to change, and if I don't change, that I'm going to be stuck in the same loop of coming back over and over again, and I don't want that. I want to be able to go out there, have a family, take care of myself, have a life beyond what I've known for a long time in here.
Well, you know, that sounds reasonable. It's just unfortunate that, you know, your record is not saying that. But I realized that, you know, you were probably young at the time.
Yeah, I understand I still have a lot of work to do on myself also. And I have grown up quite a lot in the last couple of years. But I still understand I do need more change. And I believe that parole will give me the little bit of structure that I need to make more changes. Because either way, I do come home in less than a year, and I feel like if I was to be released in a year, I won't have any of the guidance parole will offer me.
Right. Yeah, I do have to say that I agree with some of what you're saying. It's certainly taken you a long time to figure out that you really need to participate in that program. Yeah. And that you need to get your act together because now you're 27. Mm-hmm. You know, so I do hope that you will seriously work on, I mean, you have certificate in welding, carpentry, and small engine repairs. So getting a job should not be a problem. Attending the program is also important. And abiding by, parole is important. Okay? So I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Malta.
Thank you.
For answering my question.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. All right, I do not have any follow-up questions. My colleagues covered everything. So Mr. Mulville will deliberate now and give you our decision.
Okay. Member, please. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am in favor of granting today. He certainly has a concerning history, but he does have a flat sentence now. He has had insecure living arrangements before. I want him to have the support of supervision programs and a halfway house placement if necessary. So I would be in favor today with the mental health evaluation and treatment if necessary and some other provisions, but I am in favor. At least he would have a few months. His end of sentence is in 2026. So it's not far off. It's August 2026, but I would like to at least give him the support of supervision and programming to get him started.
With that, and I was thinking back to having to deal with young people who commit that, and I found that individual programs are better for them.
Okay.
I don't know if saying that is appropriate, but I do feel that, I can understand now why he didn't feel, but back then they would not have put him in a halfway house or any of those programs.
Okay.
So I would also be in favor. I know it's a short period of time, but I'm hoping that will be enough. If they do, visual one-on-one, he might have enough time to successfully get discharged after completing. So,
okay. And he has a sponsor. Mm-hmm. So perhaps that
did he respond?
I have that the brother said yes.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, I apologize.
And he has employment.
Great.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yep.
And I know he just started tier 4, but I think he can continue services in the community if that's needed.
Yeah. And you know, his thing is alcohol if he attends A meetings in the meantime.
Yeah.
All right. So what'd you have for conditions?
I had no alcohol consumption, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary. I did have no contact with minors without PO permission. And no contact with victims. But are the victims the? Yeah.
General center.
Yes, I'm thinking not to for that. Yeah.
I didn't have that.
Okay.
I just have the.
Sure. I never had contact with the sponsor. I called.
Oh, you did. Well, I don't know why I had that then.
Okay.
We can add a halfway house
Okay, if necessary.
and they.
I'm thinking about individual mental health evaluation and treatment instead. I don't know if he'll have enough time anyway for problem sexual behavior community.
Well, we're going to add it because of the underlying effects. We have to.
Yeah.
We'll add mental health evaluation and treatment. Who knows, maybe it can be combined, but that's not up to us, but it'll be there.
But it, you know, what they're doing, they'll figure it out.
Okay, so I'll have a halfway house on there, no alcohol, mental health evaluation and treatment, community-based treatment for problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission. And did anybody have a co-defendant, Jason DiMatteo?
Oh, that was for the arranging to steal the cars.
Yeah. On a large scale, general no contact?
I was just gonna say if you're gonna do it.
Yeah. All right. So in the matter of Michael Mulville, 397884, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today, December 12th, 2025, with the following stipulations. No alcohol, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, community-based treatment for problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors without the parole officer's permission, and a general no contact with a prior co-defendant, Jason DiMatteo. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Mulville, best of luck. You know, you still have 10 years on the registry to finish, so make sure you work that out when you're out in the community too.
I got a letter that they finished it.
Oh, okay. I mean, you've been in and out a few times, so if that's your documentation, then you should be all set.
Okay.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Best of luck.
Good luck.
This is a hearing for Michael. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Renard. Today is Friday, December 12th, 2025, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names are correctly certified with all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good afternoon, George Chance.
Afternoon, Aileen Keys.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Good afternoon, I'm Dejan Stevenson, inmate number 366401.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of a parole application for Dejan Stevenson, inmate number 366401. He is serving a sentence of 8 years execution suspended after 3 years jail with 3 years probation for criminal possession of a firearm, possession with intent, and possession with a controlled substance. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 26, 2025. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed anger management and domestic violence. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I feel as if I should be granted parole because I proved to myself and proved to you guys before that I can be a successful citizen out there. I was home for more than 5 years, no trouble. The most I ever had was a driving without a license, and I'm going home to get that correct. I'm actually have kids now, so I feel as if I should be able to go home, at least be a father to them. I own that's my mistakes. I know I shouldn't have been riding around with a gun, and I take that and I accept the responsibility of me having 3 years that I have to serve, and that's fine with me. I know what I did wrong. I just now need the chance to go on to be a family man.
Okay, Mr. Stevenson, thank you for that. We'll be asking you some questions and then we'll deliberate and give you our decision. So Ms. Chance will begin with questions this afternoon.
Stevenson, you said you have a gun for protection and you don't feel that your sentence was fair. You don't understand why they gave you time. Do you still feel that way?
No. I feel as if now, as I've been watching the news or something, sitting here during my incarceration, the sentence is actually fair because of what's going on right now. There's a lot of people out there dying. There's a lot of people getting caught with guns, so it's actually fair. In the beginning, I was just aggravated, so I didn't really feel as if need because I was out of trouble and I wasn't using it, but it still is a gun, so regardless of the fact I'm a felon, I shouldn't have had it, so I got to do the time for it.
Right. Okay. So, at one time, let's see. You are correct about, you prove that you can be successful in the community because at one time you were on special parole and you did that. So what happened this time?
It's my anger. I let the anger, my anger, I let that split second get the best of me. But I know now that I completed my anger management, all it takes is that one split second. And knowing what I know now, it wouldn't be another second.
Okay, so let's look at your current DRs. You remember those?
Yes, ma'am.
So your most recent one is interfering with safety and security.
Yes, ma'am.
So what was that about?
It was 2 COs, both gave me 2 separate commands. So I followed the opposite command from what the last CO gave. I guess the first CO didn't like that command. So they just rushed me and gave me interference. At that time, I didn't know what they wanted to listen to. Either listen to the guard that's controlling the block or listen to the other CO. So it was either right or wrong. I didn't know which one to choose. So I listened to the other one that locked up, and in the process of me locking up, they pressed the button and gave me interference. And I also was arguing with them. Okay.
So the one in August, you was an intox ticket. And I was just looking at your record that your drug score is a 5. You have addiction services and you haven't.
I've been writing multiple times.
A peer program, but do you know why?
I have no clue. It came from my previous record, my previous time, but I didn't write it to even get into a tier 4 or a tier 3 program. I've been doing that for over 2 years and I'm just on the list. They're saying they're back, so it's up to them.
So just so that you know, if you get DRs, then you get set back a little from taking the program.
I thought that was the case, but I've also seen multiple people with more DRs than me still get to the program. It's up to the counselor who's going to put you in the program.
Your most recent one was last month, November 1st. and your drug score is so high. So, you know, for me today, I really would have liked to see you take a tier program. I'm glad that you completed anger management and DV because you've explained that your anger is what brought you back to incarceration.
Yes.
So I appreciate you identifying that and recognizing that you have to work on it,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
I also looked at some of the things that you say that you want to do with your life going forward. And you want to go down south.
Yes.
But I'm thinking you need to kind of straighten yourself out, get your act together. And, you know, then you can think of moving forward, knowing that, you know, you screwed up, you went to incarceration, you finished, you went on probation, you did what they told you to do.
Yes.
So your problems that you've had, I know, for example, it's alcohol and then opiates, and that you last used in 2023 is what my record tells me. But your August ticket is saying something else. So I do think that you need to do an addiction services program. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I already been trying to get into addiction services since I've been incarcerated. But my last ticket, I gave them a negative on my urine, and they still gave me the ticket. I gave them a negative for the urine and a negative for my breathalyzer. I don't know whether that's inside the paper that you guys are reading, but I gave them negatives, and they still gave me the ticket.
Yeah. Well, you know, I think you now know what it is that you have to do. And if you keep thinking about that time when you stayed crime-free and drug-free in the community, you have now added some more, you took the anger management and domestic violence. So you have some more acquired skill that you can utilize going forward.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't have any further questions for you, but I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Ms. Dance. I do not have additional questions.
I don't
Keith?
either. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Stevens, we're going to talk about your case now. We'll give you our decision in just a few minutes. All right, Ms. Chance, what are you thinking?
So I am a little ambivalent about this because had he not gotten his inbox for it, he took two very good programs. He acknowledged why he came back. He screwed up. It was his anger. He took those two programs. And when I look at his records, when he was on special parole, he completed it.
Nice.
You know, so a little up in the air now, whether with his drug score 5, we can put him out without him having completing. And the thing about that is, you know, his estimated US date is next October.
Yeah.
The minimum time we can give him to do a program is 6 months.
Oh, yeah.
So I'd you know, like to hear both of your input to that, but that's where I'm kind of hung up.
Yeah, and I hear what you're saying. I'm overly concerned with the score of 5 and the fact that he brought drugs into the facility because he was struggling.
Right.
So, I mean, it's not till October, so it is roughly 11 months away, 10 months away. You know, at the very least, he might be able to do a tier 2 program.
Right.
So, and
so the deny with the new date is,
yeah, and well, no new. denial with no.
No new date because it's so close.
Exactly. And, you know, the disciplinary reports, they are a concern. But, you know, Mr. Stevenson, he's right. He does have a lot of credit for doing well on special parole. What are you thinking?
Yeah, for me, it's really the DRs because it seems he's struggling and I don't want him, I'm afraid if we let him out, he's struggling in the facility and he had to go to the hospital. I'm concerned if we let him out that he could actually really.
So what we're saying is to deny with the rehear.
Yeah.
If we were going to.
Because there are, he does have, sorry, go ahead.
Do you want to do a rehear?
We do have a lot of positives, but it's really the DRs, I'm afraid.
Right, so that's what I was saying, so it's.
Yeah, I don't think we have enough time for a rehear though.
Right, because 6 months, as I said, is the main months.
Exactly.
For him to do a tier 2.
Yeah.
I only was concerned about the fact that, you know, he was working.
Mm-hmm.
He did complete 2 good programs. And, you know, again, 4 months would not even enough time before he goes on probation.
Right.
Because by the time they look around, you know, parole said enough, it's time to go on probation. But I just thought of that as accepted, but the DR is really concerning.
Yeah. And one was just last month.
Yeah.
One was-
So, poor performance, poor institutional adjustment and inadequate program participation, not evidence of offender change. So in the matter of Dejan Stevenson, 366401, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: poor institutional adjustment and inadequate institutional program participation. Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. All right, Mr. Stevenson, we're hoping that you can take an addiction services program before you go. You're so close to your end of sentence, really. Good luck to you.
This concludes the hearing for Dejan Stevenson, 36640. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Thank you.